Chapter 988. The first level of the heavens sun gazing at air was the soul transformation realm, the basic level of solidifying one's soul. The second level was the soul control realm, where one could control the strange techniques of a strong martial artist who was a level higher than oneself. This had helped Suyu many times. The third level was the unknown illusionary soul realm. You've already comprehended the second level to perfection, Yunyazi said. The cultivation method for the third level should have appeared on the bronze plate. If you have time, you can refer to my comprehension and start cultivating. He attached great importance to Suyu's cultivation of the heaven's sun gazing at air. Strangely, Yunyazi's divine path was not the path of the soul. The heaven's sun gazing at air was something he had obtained from a very mysterious ruin and cultivated along the way. He valued this technique far more than the divine path that he walked on. It was clear that he had great expectations for the heavens sun gazing at air technique. Thank you, Master. Suyu was delighted. When he was training the soul change realm and the soul control realm, Yunyazi had never intentionally given him any pointers. However, at stage 3, Yunyazi had directly given him his own comprehension as a reference. With Yunyazi's comprehension, Suyu would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and his speed would be much faster than before. Just focus on your cultivation. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Before you enter the glittering jewel wonderland, I'll protect you, Yunyazi said. Suyu was gratified. Cultivating 2 types of techniques would undoubtedly speed up his progress. It was rare for Yunyazi to personally instruct him. Suyu pondered for a moment, then took out a green slate. It was the slate he had snatched from Jinmu's body. The stone slab was the core part of the puppet. It contained a whiff of the mortal fairy's strength and was very dangerous. Suyu did not dare to touch it rashly. He could only wrap it with vital energy. Master, I obtained this item from a puppet. May I know if I can use it for myself? Suyu asked expectantly. Yunyazi took a look, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Oh, it's a puppet heart refined by the heavenly craftsman race. Does this race still exist in the 9 regions? This was the first time Suyu had heard of the heavenly craftsman race. Could it be one of the eternal races? Master, may I ask if the ancient races really exist in this world? Suyu asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Yunyazi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. His tone was slightly heavy as he said, "There is indeed." "Please explain it to me in detail." Suyu's eyes lit up. He had been curious about it for a long time. However, Yunyazi said meaningfully, "Now is not the time for you to know." "Why? Are the ancient races still some sort of taboo?" Suyu asked in surprise. Yunyazi sighed and said, "No, I just don't wish for you to see some unacceptable truths before your cultivation has reached a certain level. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, even if I don't tell you, I believe you will know the truth. Knowing it now will do you more harm than good." Unable to accept the truth, Suyu was full of doubts. What was there that he could not accept? However, he believed Yunyazi's words. Since he did not want him to know, there must be a reason. "Yes, I understand. But is the heavenly craftsman race very famous?" Suyu asked as he stared at the green stone slab. The heavenly craftsman race is one of the 3 middle-class races in the ranking of the ancient races. They are unparalleled in terms of craftsmanship, weaponry, and craftsmanship. The heart of the puppet is one of the more famous products of the heavenly craftsman race. It is almost impossible for other races to imitate it. The value of this item is also very expensive, no less than a fairy artifact. I did not expect it to exist in the Jojo continent. Comparable to a fairy artifact? Suyu's heart palpitated. How do I use the heart of the puppet? Suyu asked. Yunyazi said, "It's very simple. As long as you have a puppet and insert the heart of the puppet into it, you can activate the heart of the puppet and manipulate it as you wish." Suyu's eyes were filled with joy. I have a puppet. Master, please take a look and see if it is suitable. With a thought, Suyu took out the silver puppet. Back then, the soul born within the puppet had been destroyed by the demon's hair scream, but the puppet itself had not been damaged. And it is a rarely seen, shape-shifting puppet. Yunyazi saw through the attributes of the puppet at a glance. The puppet in front of him was in a vague, metallic state, but Suyu clearly remembered that the silver puppet had 3 forms. One was the form of a handsome man, another was the form of thousands of silver threads that devoured the flesh and blood of all living creatures, and the last was the form of a giant silver python. The material of the puppet is not bad either. It is suitable to be your assistant. Yunyazi grabbed the puppet over and grabbed the green stone slab floating in the air with his bare hands. Suyu's expression tensed up. Master, be careful. The mortal fairy's strength is hidden in the green stone slab. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying wave shot out from within the green stone slab. The destructive mortal fairy's strength erupted, but Yunyazi's face was unfazed. He wiped his palm on the green stone slab, and the wave dissipated immediately. Even the wave of transportation was smoothed out. The outside world did not feel the shocking wave at all. Such a technique surprised Suyu. He could not understand Yunyazi's current cultivation state at all. A snow-white flame emerged from Yunyazi's fingertip. It touched the body of the silver puppet, and with a sizzling sound, a fist-sized hole appeared in the puppet's chest. Then, Yunyazi stuffed the green stone slab into the hole. With a slight tremble, the green stone slab drilled into the puppet's body as if it were a living thing. The green stone slab slowly emitted a faint space energy, enveloping itself. Master, what is it doing? Suyu asked in surprise. Yunyazi said, It is creating space to hide itself. This is one of the wonders of the puppet's heart. Once the puppet is severely injured, it can hide immediately and keep itself intact. Creating space on its own? Was this something only mortal fairies could do? Suyu thought about the hint of mortal fairy strength contained in it and understood. Because there is not much mortal fairy strength left, the process of creating space will be very slow. It will take about a month. You have to wait patiently. Suyu nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Master, once it succeeds, how strong will this puppet be? Yunyazi said, This puppet's heart should be of the lowest grade. Plus, the puppet is not considered top-notch. The final strength it can unleash will not exceed the level of a stage 3 all creations old monster. Hearing that, Suyu was excited. Stage 3 all creations old monster was enough. Taking the puppet, Suyu put it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Yunyazi turned a blind eye to it. He had never delved into Suyu's secrets. Finally, before you begin your training, take care of a more important matter. Yunyazi's face became solemn. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Before he went into isolation, he had solemnly mentioned that the next time he came out, he would focus on dealing with an item on Suyu. The Tao Tai's eye. Suyu had always kept this in mind. Master, may I ask what harm the Tao Tai's eye poses? Suyu asked. In the past, in order to break the suppression of the heavenly wrath, Suyu had risked cultivating a heaven-devouring demonic eye with the Tao Tai's eye to dissolve the heavenly wrath and restore his eyes and pupil techniques. Back then, Phoenix Master Chiu had reminded him that the Tao Tai was a very ferocious and vengeful creature. None of the creatures who had been transplanted with the Tao Tai's organs had met a good end. For a long time, Suyu had not taken it seriously until Yunyazi brought it up. Chapter 989. Suyu said, Master, please enlighten me. What are the small and big ones? Yunyazi said, The Tao Tai is one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts. It is the most feared ferocious beast in the world. When it is born, it devours the life, blood, and spiritual flesh of all creation's old monsters. As it grows, it devours mortal fairies. Once it reaches adulthood, it begins to feed on gods. Feed on gods? Suyu shuddered. What kind of supreme existence was a god? Who in the world would dare to provoke a god-eating beast? It is rumored that in the universe there is an ancient Taotai that has existed since the beginning of the world. It is the ancestor of all Taotais, and it is also the ultimate form of Taotai. It feeds on the universe, and wherever it passes, the universe is destroyed and all living things perish. Even the strongest gods in the world cannot resist it. It is above all living things. Upon hearing that, Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. There was such a terrifying Taotai. It was above all gods. You should understand what kind of creature a Taotai is, right? Yunyazi said solemnly. Suyu nodded deeply. In the past, he only knew that a Taotai was a legendary ancient creature. Only now did he truly feel the terror of a Taotai. Master, what does this have to do with the danger you mentioned? Suyu pointed between his brows. Is it because I have occupied a Taotai's eyeball that it will sense it and hunt me down? This was also Phoenix, Master Chio's advice in the past. A Taotai was greedy by nature and would seek revenge. None of the races that had transplanted a Taotai's eyeball had a good ending. Perhaps this was what Yunyazi was worried about. No. Unexpectedly, Yunyazi said, Taotais are rare. Most living things will never find their traces in their entire lives. The probability of you running into a Taotai is negligible. Hearing that, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He asked doubtfully, but Master, none of the races that had transplanted a Taotai's eye like me had a good ending. Didn't the Taotai take revenge on them? That was just a rumor spreading because they feared the Taotai. Yunyazi seemed to know everything in the world. They did not die because of the Taotai's revenge, but because there was a serious problem with the transplanted Taotai's eye. It was the eyeballs problem. Master, what's the problem with my eyeballs? Suyu asked. Yunyazi said, this is related to the Taochia's method of cultivation. The reason why the Taotai is so strong is precisely because it possesses the innate divine ability of devouring. The more things it devours, the stronger its devouring power becomes. The more it devours, the stronger its devouring power becomes. This is the reason why the Taotai can grow to the realm where it feeds on gods. With such extraordinary talent, he was simply a monster of the heavens and earth. It was no wonder that he could stand above all living beings. However, the heavenly Tao is constant. Although the Taotai has such a heaven-defying divine ability, it also has a fatal innate flaw. This is the reason why the number of Taotais in the world is always maintained at an extremely small number. This is because most of the Taotais will die in this world before they grow up because of their innate flaw. Upon hearing this, Suyu seemed to have understood something. The fatal innate flaw that Master mentioned, could it be the eyes? As Yunyazi spoke, he looked at the space between Suyu's brows with worry in his eyes. That's right. The Taotai's eyes are also known as the heaven-devouring, demonic eyes. They are terrifying eyes that can devour deities. Its most fatal problem lies in its eyes. Master, what exactly is the fatal flaw? Suyu's heart was thumping slightly. A Taotai that fed on deities, a creature that was superior to deities, had died because of it. What kind of terrifying flaw was that? Yunyazi said solemnly, the fatal flaw is that once the heaven-devouring demonic eyes are activated, it needs to devour continuously. Once it is not satisfied, it will start to devour itself. Body, soul, everything will be devoured, leaving nothing behind. In the end, only a pair of heaven-devouring demonic eyes will be left behind. If I'm not mistaken, the heaven-devouring demonic eyes between your brows should be the eye left behind by a Taotai that was devoured by itself. Suyu's heart pounded violently. A demonic eye that would devour him? But Master, I've transplanted this demonic eye for several years, and there has never been any abnormalities, Suyu said, hoping to get lucky. Yunyazi's eyes were still filled with worry as he shook his head slowly. Have you ever activated it after transplanting it? If it has never been activated, I still have a way to take it out. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had only used the heaven-devouring demonic eyes once. Back then, he had forcefully used the heaven-devouring demonic eyes to withstand a blow from the Blood Emperor. That was the only memory that had ever been activated. Knowing that Su Yu had used it before, Yun Yazi sighed deeply. Regardless of whether it has been activated for a short period of time, as long as it has been opened, it is considered to have been activated. Now, the power of rules that exists in the eyes has been integrated into your soul. Even if your body collapses, the eyes will still follow you closely until you are devoured by it. I have no way to expel it. As for the fact that you haven't devoured anything else for several years without any abnormalities, this is also a mistake made by the other races that transplanted the heaven-devouring demonic eyes. They thought that by combining it with some kind of spiritual treasure, they could suppress this drawback. Unfortunately, even the third-rate races among the ancient races could only delay it. You haven't activated it now, but it doesn't mean that you are safe. You have only been delayed for a few years. Su Yu's heart sank as he listened. It was only a matter of time before the heaven-devouring demonic eyes activated. When that time came, Su Yu would be forced to start devouring living creatures continuously until there were no more powerful creatures, and the eyes would start devouring him. However, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the eyes start to act up, you can still follow the path of the Tao Tai. Devouring all living creatures as a way of training is also an opportunity. Yun Yazi comforted him, his face showing a mixture of joy and worry. The heaven-devouring demonic eyes are something that can only be encountered by chance. In billions of years, there have only been 2 or 3 cases of eye transplanting, but all of the people who have had eye transplants have achieved amazing heights. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Master, you don't have to comfort me. I can bear it. The crisis had been laid, and there was no use in running away. Besides, there were still a few years to find a way to continue delaying the effects of the eyes. It's good that you have such a mentality. I will also look up ancient books for you when I go into seclusion next time to see if there's a way to undo it. Yun Yazi comforted him. Su Yu knew that the chances were slim. The end of the Tao Tai's fate was to die from his own eyes. Apart from the Tao Tai that lived as long as heaven and earth, no one else could escape the chains of fate. Yun Yazi was merely comforting Su Yu. Thank you, Master. I don't have much time left. I'll start training, Su Yu said. Yun Yazi nodded, sat cross-legged beside Su Yu, and began to guide him in his training. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, strange scenes appeared all over the Jiuzhou continent. The pear trees that had withered for 100 years and were almost reduced to dust actually bloomed overnight. New springs gushed out from the ground in the dried-up mountains and rivers. Mortals who had been blind for many years and had been plagued with serious illnesses suddenly regained their sight overnight, and their illnesses were all gone. Newly born children were tested to have excellent qualifications and were fought over by many influences. The strange scenes all indicated that the Jiuzhou continent was in a special period. It was a 100-year period where geniuses collided and competed for fortunes. Whether it was mediocrity or a meteoric rise, it all depended on this day. The glittering jewel wonderland was about to arrive. The wonderland was left behind by the glittering jewel mortal fairy with all her might before her death. Everything she had in her life was contained within. Due to her overly powerful mortal fairy strength, the glittering jewel wonderland was constantly circulating in the starry sky of the universe, and it would only return to the Jiuzhou continent every 100 years. 100 years was the time when the geniuses of the older generation would retire and the geniuses of the new generation would emerge. Whether it was the blessed and heavenly lands, the heavenly knife region, the central prefecture, or the other 8 prefectures, the eastern continent, the western continent, the northern continent, the southern continent, or the central continent, everyone was paying attention to the glittering jewel wonderland that was about to descend. All the top geniuses were ready to go. Chapter 990. The blessed and heavenly lands, ninth summit. Palace Mistress Mo, how do you feel? The true man of the purple cloud and the leaders of the 17 major sects stood in the center of the ninth peak. A beautiful and cold woman dressed in a black chiffon dress sat cross-legged in the center of a Tai Chi pattern. Cold spiritual chi surrounded her slowly. Mo Tianxian opened her eyes slowly and said calmly, "It's me." "Very well. All right." Only those who were familiar with Mo Tianxian knew that she had said those 3 words through clenched teeth. If it was anyone else who was molested and ended up being framed as a lunatic and forced to face the wall to reflect for 3 days, it would be difficult for them to calm down. The true man of the purple cloud sighed to himself. It seemed that Mo Tianxian was still not fully awake. He was worried that Mo Tianxian would go crazy again and attack the disciples wantonly. However, the glittering jewel wonderland was approaching, and Mo Tianxian couldn't be suppressed any longer. All right, according to past experience, the glittering jewel wonderland's celestial bridge will soon extend to our central continent. Palace Master Mo, quickly gather the disciples and wait for the wonderland summon. Mo Tianxian nodded her snow-white chin, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The sound of the bell echoed across the 10 peaks. The geniuses who were resting on the 3rd peak came out of their rooms and looked at the 1st peak. Inside the secret chamber, Su Yu's eyes were tightly shut. 6 black, demonic dragons were swimming around his body, filling up the whole secret chamber. Demonic energy was billowing everywhere. This devil chi was extremely pure and different from ordinary devil chi. It was clearly more powerful. Yunyazi sat quietly at the side and nodded slightly. It's a pretty good technique. The energy of heaven and earth is conserved, and there are gains and losses. However, this technique uses the body as a prison and seals the devil chi within the body so that the devil chi can only enter and not leave. Therefore, with every additional devil dragon, the power of the technique will increase exponentially, not exponentially. The further one cultivates it, the more powerful it will be. According to Su Yu's experience, it took him half a month to refine the 4th dragon. This was because the further he went, the more difficult it would be to refine the demonic dragon. In fact, refining the 5th dragon would probably take more than a month. However, with Yunyazi's guidance, Su Yu found another way to bypass the limitations of the cultivation technique and compress the time to 1 day. As for the 6th dragon, it might have taken more than 2 months to condense, but it was successfully condensed in 2 days. Such a fast speed shocked Su Yu. Yunyazi's casual guidance seemed to be a different approach, but in fact it was almost equivalent to an impromptu improvement of the cultivation method. Perhaps in the eyes of someone at Yunyazi's level, the so-called high-grade legendary technique was just like a toy that could be improved at any time. If not for the fact that he was pressed for time, under Yunyazi's continuous guidance, it would only be a matter of time before Su Yu cultivated this cultivation technique to its peak. Compared to the time when there were 4 demonic dragons, the power of the 6 demonic dragons had increased by several times. It would be difficult for an 8th grade almighty to resist 5 demonic dragons. If he were to face 6 demonic dragons, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. With this demonic technique, Su Yu wouldn't be in much danger in the glittering jewel wonderland, as long as he didn't run into any top-notch experts. Of course, it was only man-made. The dangers that existed in the glittering jewel wonderland couldn't be underestimated. This demonic technique is not bad. The demonic chi in the jade box should be enough for you to condense the 8th demonic dragon. If you have the chance, find the demonic chi and cultivate to the 9th dragon. Yunyazi praised this technique. Yes, I understand. Su Yu said, the only pity is that I don't have enough time to comprehend the 3rd stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air. I've let you down, Master. He had high hopes for Su Yu's comprehension ability and the heaven's sun gazing at air technique. Yunyazi shook his head lightly. The heavens sun gazing at air technique is only a supplementary technique. The glittering jewel wonderland is a great trial and training for you. You need powerful techniques. Cultivating the 9 dragons demon subduing art is your top priority. It won't be too late to cultivate the heavens sun gazing at air technique when you have time in the glittering jewel wonderland. Suyu smiled. I will work hard to cultivate the heavens sun gazing at air technique. Yun Yazi nodded lightly. Dong! The distant sound of a bell drifted into Suyu's ears, and he perked up. It's the summoning bell. It looks like the time is almost here. Suyu's whole body trembled slightly, his heart filled with anticipation. The glittering jewel wonderland that had been spreading since he arrived in the Jojo continent had finally arrived. Yun Yazi said, Go! I will appear again in the wonderland to help you get that thing. When he finished speaking, Yun Yazi turned into a ray of light. When the light dispersed, Yun Yazi disappeared, leaving only a strand of white hair drifting in the void. Then, the strand of hair drifted down to the top of Suyu's head and merged with his white hair. Suyu was quite surprised by such a technique. Souls could change forms? This is just a soul illusion technique, a means to confuse perception. My body actually hasn't changed. If you cultivate the illusionary soul realm to the top level, you can confuse the perception of others as you please, Yun Yazi said. The illusionary soul realm? Suyu licked his lips. If that was the case, after the soul left the body, it could confuse the enemy. Combined with the second stage of the soul control realm, it would be invincible. After withdrawing the demonic energy that filled the house, Suyu's eyes shone brightly. He stepped out and rushed to the 9th summit with the other students. When they arrived, all the students of the Red Blood Palace were there. When they landed beside Bai Shanliang and the others, they found that their expressions were strange. Even Gong Sun Wuxia and Bing Wuxin looked the same. It seemed that something had happened. What happened? Suyu asked. The 3 of them were silent for a moment, and the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Brother Yuxian. Gong Sun Wuxia's small mouth squirmed, and she looked sad. Brother Renyao has fallen. Hearing that, Suyu's mind roared. Tian Renyao had fallen? Although he had mentally prepared himself, it was still hard to accept the sudden news. How did you know? Suyu asked. Gong Sun Wuxia's bright eyes were misty. The life token he left in the faction suddenly shattered. The life token was a treasure instilled with a drop of blood essence. Once the person with the blood essence died, the drop of blood essence would sense it and emit the power of the blood essence to shatter the jade token. This was a common method, and there were few deviations. In addition, Tian Renyao and Bai Shanliang had been chased by the Bloodbone Great Soldier and were lost. Unless a miracle happened, a trace of sadness flashed across Suyu's heart. Xuelian was right. The life of a martial artist was like an ant in the mortal world, vanishing in an instant. No one knew which of their peers around them would suddenly disappear from the world tomorrow. The Bloodbone Great Soldier. Suyu's eyes were full of cold light. He hated himself for not being strong enough to stop the Bloodbone Great Soldier when he was weak, so he killed his companion. The 5 great demons of the Demon Mountain had lost one, and there were only 4 of them now. Just as Suyu was feeling sad, Yun Yazi's voice came from above his head. Kid, don't worry. Your friend is probably not dead. It's just the other half who died. This person is a little strange. Yun Yazi knew about Tian Renyao's existence. He must have found out about it when he checked Suyu's surroundings when he woke up from his isolation. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Not dead? Then what's with the life token? Just as Suyu was about to ask, Yun Yazi suddenly disappeared. Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 991. The Immortal Mountain rises, the road to greatness. 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers, 1,000 miles of bones. 10,000 races are exterminated, deities fall. Who in the world is a true monarch? That voice contained a vast and mighty aura. Su Yu's whole body shook violently, as if he had been engulfed by a boundless divine power. His body stiffened, and he couldn't move an inch. Su Yu had only ever experienced such a feeling of being as small as an ant in such a vast world. That was the tree goddess of the ancient Paulownia tree, the tree goddess in the form of a woman. Just by looking at her sleeping body, Su Yu couldn't move at all. That kind of divine power was still fresh in Su Yu's memory. The feeling in front of him was extremely similar to the feeling of encountering the tree goddess. The only difference was that the tree goddess's aura was stronger. Apart from Su Yu, the rest of the disciples were also shocked, and the same voice echoed in their minds. Only the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace with mediocre aptitudes and the elders present did not feel anything. The sudden abnormality caused the expressions of the elders to change drastically. The sect leaders of the sects in the 9th summit might not have heard the voice, but they could clearly sense an unusual presence enveloping them. Mo Tianquan's eyes shone. The fairyland has arrived. Whoosh! Mo Tianqian tore the void apart with one hand, and the true man of the purple cloud also tore the void apart with a flash of brilliance. The two of them teleported to the sky above the 9th summit at the same time, arriving among their own disciples. Both Mo Tianqian and the true man of the purple cloud stared at the void, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Mo Tianqian murmured softly, "The celestial mountain rises, the road to glory, 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers, 1,000 miles of bones, thousands of races perishing. God's falling. Who in the world is a true lord?" She seemed to be reminiscing and excited. The true man of the purple cloud could not help but recite these obscure words. This was the sound that appeared when the glittering jewel wonderland summoned disciples who met the requirements. It had always been so since the beginning of time. Mo Tianqian, the true man of the purple cloud, and all the well-known strong men of the Jiuzhou continent had once obtained the glittering jewel wonderland's fortunes. Entering the celestial realm to cultivate once meant a qualitative leap. If he missed this opportunity, the distance between him and the current generation of heaven's favorites would definitely widen until he was completely left behind. At the same time, the eastern, southern, western, and central continents were also alarmed. As tens of thousands of people raised their heads, a beam of 9-colored light descended from the endless starry sky, turning into a bridge that led to the heavens. The bridge was vivid and lifelike, and the stairs were clear and extremely solid. It didn't seem like something formed from multicolored light at all. Shrouded in the radiant 9-colored light, Su Yu's heart stirred, and a feeling that he was about to break through a bottleneck welled up in his heart. The celestial bridge is descending. All disciples get ready. Mo Tianqian said in surprise. The students of the Red Blood Palace had been waiting for a long time, and they all leaped toward Mo Tianquan's back. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before he flew over as well. Standing before the ferry bridge, Su Yu was excited. Was the glittering jewel wonderland at the end of the ferry bridge? What kind of world was that? What kind of challenge was that? The other sect leaders also gathered their disciples and began to solemnly and mysteriously explain something. At that moment, Mo Tianqian turned around and said, "The 9-colored light bridge that you're seeing is called the Fairy Bridge. Once it's opened, you'll arrive at the glittering jewel wonderland. You should all know about this, but what I'm going to say next is information that can't be divulged to the outside world. I'll only say it once, so don't miss a single word." Upon hearing that, the disciples whose attention was focused on the Fairy Bridge shuddered. There was information that couldn't be divulged to the outside world? Some information can only be divulged when shrouded by the multicolored light of the Fairy Bridge. Otherwise, the glittering jewel wonderland will be destroyed. Needless to say, this is a lesson that many disciples who have participated in the secret realm have learned with their lives and blood. Mo Tianqian glanced at the end of the Fairy Bridge, her eyes filled with awe. A woman like her, who was not afraid of the heavens or the earth, rarely showed a look of reverence. Everyone gasped. Even mortal fairies had perished because of this. All disciples who have participated in the glittering jewel wonderland will be automatically branded with a brand. Once they sense that secret information has been divulged, no matter how far away they are, they'll be killed by the wonderland. Even mortal fairies can't avoid the destruction of the wonderland, Mo Tianxian said. They only knew that the glittering jewel wonderland was a holy land of creation, but they didn't know that it was an existence that could kill mortal fairies from a distance. The glittering jewel mortal fairy had passed away, but the wonderland she left behind could still suppress the mortal fairies of the present age. What level had she cultivated to when she was alive? Everyone's heart was in turmoil. Therefore, the experiences and dangers in the secret realm have never been divulged to the outside world. There's only one time when it can be divulged for a short period of time, and that's now. When the 9-colored light bridge shrouds the glittering jewel wonderland is in the period of extending the fairy bridge. The powerhouses who have participated in the fairy bridge are temporarily shielded by the brand in their bodies. If some information is divulged at this time, it won't be detected. Now, all of you, listen to what I'm going to say. Mo Tianxian spoke quickly. The wonderland is divided into 5 gardens, which are the flower garden, the book garden, the martial garden, the beast garden, and the mausoleum garden. Every garden is a place for training that the glittering jewel mortal fairy has meticulously designed. Creations are hidden in the 5 gardens. Your task is to find your own creations in the 5 gardens. At this moment, a disciple asked, "Palace Master, how do we find our own creations? Are there any techniques?" Mo Tianxian shook her head. Without techniques, how can creations be called creations? The mysteries of heaven and earth are endless. If there are traces to follow, it's not enough to be called creations. According to the disciples who have participated in the Wonderland for many years, the creations obtained are all by chance. It's possible that a bird flying by the roadside bumps into you and brings you a supreme cultivation technique. It's also possible that a withered branch trips over and pulls out an ancient fairy artifact. It's also possible that a spiritual beast brings a mortal fairy's divine crystal to you with its mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Creations could be obtained this way. Palace Master, does this mean that the opportunity to obtain creations has nothing to do with one's cultivation? A disciple who had barely passed the selection of the Fengyun Great Assembly asked expectantly. Mo Tianxian nodded, then shook her head. You can say that, but you can't. It's true that the opportunity to obtain creations is not determined by one's cultivation. However, the longer one stays in the wonderland, the higher the chance of obtaining creations. The glittering jewel wonderland is full of dangers. Most of the weak ones will die before the creations arrive. Only the truly strong ones can survive for a longer time, and their chances of obtaining creations are much higher than the weak ones. Moreover, it's possible for them to obtain creations twice in a row. What she didn't say was that she was a person who had obtained creations twice. She was also one of the few people who had obtained creations twice since the beginning of time. Her demonic supreme fairy artifact came from the glittering jewel wonderland. Her words made the hearts of many lucky disciples sink. After all, one had to rely on one's strength to speak. Palace Master Mo, may I ask if there's some kind of power in the wonderland that will eliminate us? Bing Wuxin asked. This was also what most of the strong ones wanted to ask. Chapter 992. Each disaster is stronger than the one before. The first disaster is the disaster of flowers, which will eliminate about 20% of the challengers. The second disaster, the disaster of books, will eliminate 30%. The third disaster, the disaster of martial arts, will eliminate 40%. Mo Tianxian explained in detail. As for the fourth and fifth disasters, they are for the last 10% of the challengers. The former will eliminate almost everyone, but the last disaster will be unavoidable. To be precise, even the 9 great prefectures' kings might not be able to survive it. Mo Tianxian was very certain. This meant that the last disaster, the disaster of dead spirits, had never been successfully passed by anyone. Palace Master, is the disaster of dead spirits really that terrifying? Someone asked. Even the prefecture's kings and mortal fairies couldn't survive the disaster of dead spirits. Mo Tianxian nodded slightly. Exactly. Once the disaster of dead spirits appears, it won't end until everyone is eliminated. What is the disaster of dead spirits? Mo Tianxuan's answer didn't solve their doubts. Mo Tianxian said, I don't know. It is the most mysterious disaster among the 5 great disasters. Those who have seen it were eliminated immediately. No one knows what it is to this day. An unknown disaster? Everyone was anxious. You don't have to worry. According to past experience, when a disaster is over, there will be an explosion of sublimations. The more disasters that follow, the more sublimations there will be. Generally speaking, those who successfully survive the 3rd disaster will get a sublimation, and those who survive the 4th disaster will get a 2nd sublimation. Only 10% of you can survive the 3rd disaster, so you don't have to worry about the last disaster. Hearing this, everyone felt much better. Besides, apart from the inherent dangers of the glittering jewel wonderland, there is a 2nd danger you need to be aware of. I don't need to remind you of this, Mo Tianxian said. The 2nd danger was, of course, people. According to the rules of the glittering jewel wonderland, the more strong people you defeat or kill, the higher the chances of getting sublimations. Mo Tianxian solemnly revealed a piece of information that no one knew about. Everyone raised their eyebrows. There was such a strict rule. In this way, even those who were kind and didn't want to kill it would try their best to kill the rest of the challengers in order to get sublimations. Su Yu deeply furrowed his brows. Such a rule was completely encouraging the heaven rulers of the present age to kill each other. The intention of the glittering jewel mortal fairy was to pass down her inheritance to the future generations. However, wasn't she afraid that this method would cause the current generation of geniuses to wither away? However, thinking about it carefully, in the eyes of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, the standards of a genius were much higher than that of an ordinary person. Perhaps even Su Yu might not be able to enter her eyes. Now that there were so many experts on the continent, it was not necessarily because of the fierce competition. For the weak, this sudden rule was undoubtedly adding insult to injury, but for the strong it was good news. Bang! All of a sudden, the bridge of immortality trembled, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. A large portion of the sky was torn into a pitch-black void. Many sect masters were shocked and shielded their disciples behind them. Mo Tianxuan's voice stopped abruptly. The rest of the leaders also stopped teaching the secrets of the secret realm at the same time, as if it was a taboo. Without a doubt, the shield had been removed. The celestial bridge has completely descended. You all had best remember my words. Now, prepare to enter the celestial bridge. Mo Tianxian stepped forward and came before the celestial bridge. A ray of 9-colored light enveloped Mo Tianxuan's body. Even someone as strong as her trembled slightly. Under the 9-colored light, she seemed to be struggling. The true man of the purple cloud also stepped forward immediately, his whole body trembling violently. It was even more difficult for him to withstand the light than Mo Tianxian. The light condensed into a 9-colored door above their heads. After passing through the hall, they could enter the celestial bridge. Disciples of the Red Blood Palace, as well as disciples of the factions, enter the door immediately and enter the celestial bridge. Mo Tianxian bellowed in a deep voice. Bing Wuxin, by Shanliang Gongsun Wuxia, and the others stepped forward one after another, flying through the 9-colored door and crossing the celestial bridge. Su Yu's eyes flickered. He followed Gongsun Wuxia closely and was about to cross the hall. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, a murderous look appeared in Mo Tianxuan's eyes, and she flicked her index finger subtly. All of a sudden, A ray of black light shot out from her fingertip and into Su Yu's glabella. He felt a slight pain, as if something had entered his body. Su Yu was furious, but before he could vent his anger, Mo Tianxian swept him up with her sleeve and threw him into the door. After falling into the celestial bridge, Su Yu turned around angrily. However, when he looked back, all he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness. There were only stairs that extended infinitely downward. Even the purple cloud palace was nowhere to be found, not to mention Mo Tianxian. The celestial bridge can transport people instantly. Su Yu suddenly understood. Su Yu immediately checked his body and found a pitch-black brand that was deeply imprinted on his heart. The brand wasn't dangerous, but when Su Yu used his vital energy, he found that he couldn't get rid of it at all. Don't waste your energy. This is a brand that was condensed with one's lifespan. It can only gradually fade with the passage of time, and external forces can't get rid of it. It seems that Palace Master Mo didn't focus on attentively for the past 3 days. Instead, she didn't hesitate to use her lifespan to brand you. Yun Yazi laughed out loud. So you couldn't laugh at all. Master, what's the use of the brand? I can't see its power. Yun Yazi laughed. The brand isn't harmful, but Palace Master Mo can know your exact location at any time. In the future, you won't be able to escape from her hands. It turned out that it was a tracking brand, so you felt a lot more relaxed. Let her be. One day, I'll make this woman suffer a little more. Su Yu said casually. When he finished speaking, Su Yu stepped onto the stairs. It was just a casual step, but Su Yu clearly felt that he had undergone a long-distance transmission of an unknown distance. When his feet touched the ground, what appeared beneath his feet wasn't stairs, but solid ground. The fragrance of the soil and the refreshing air assaulted his senses. When he looked around, it was actually a world of colorful flowers. As far as his eyes could see, it was a world of flowers. Big and small, unknown flowers of various colors weaved together to form a colorful world. Haha, looks like your luck isn't very good. You were transported to the center of the first disaster, the flower garden. Yun Yazi laughed lightly. The flower disaster was the first disaster that was about to erupt, and the flower garden was the center of the outbreak. Being here was naturally more dangerous than being in other areas. Moreover, the flower garden is a very troublesome place. It's fine if a woman enters, but if a man enters, there will be endless trouble. Leave quickly. Su Yu rolled his eyes. Was there a difference between men and women in the flower garden? However, he still listened to Yun Yazi's advice and chose a direction to leave the area. After flying for about 4 hours, Su Yu was still in the sea of flowers. At that moment, not far in front of him, a mournful scream erupted. From a group of flowers as tall as a person, the figures of several challengers leaped out in panic. Oh my God! The King of Flowers, Bao Chrysanthemum, is here. Run quickly. Chapter 993. Just as this evil name popped up in Su Yu's mind, several figures rushed over like a gust of wind. He looked into the distance and saw 3 youthful silhouettes riding wooden birds that the blessed and heavenly lands had never seen before. They were flying toward the horizon. The wooden bird was exquisitely crafted, and the carvings were vivid and lifelike. Even the pair of wings was no different from a real bird. If not for the fact that Su Yu could see through the wooden bird's internal structure, he might have been fooled by its appearance. The wooden bird's speed was very fast, easily reaching the speed of a 9th grade Almighty. This must be a challenger from the Heavens Craftsman region of the Central Prefecture, isn't it? Su Yu looked at the wooden bird and the tire of the person on it, and he had a rough idea of who it was. The Heavens Craftsman domain was one of the 5 domains of the Central Prefecture, and it was adjacent to the Blessed and Heavenly Lands. Unlike the neighboring Heavenly Knife region, the Heavenly Craftsman region was one of the few regions that were friendly to the Blessed and Heavenly Lands. 100 years ago, The great war between humans and ghosts broke out at the border of the blessed and heavenly lands, which affected the Heavens Craftsman region. The two regions had joined hands many times. Hence, the atmosphere of hostility was far less intense than in the Heavenly Knife region. The owners of the 3 wooden birds were 2 men and a woman. Their cultivation was at the 8th grade almighty level, and the aura emanating from them was not weak at all. Judging from his aura alone, he should be slightly stronger than Tangling, who was also an 8th grade almighty. The 3 of them looked anxious, as if they had encountered an extremely dangerous situation. They urged the wooden birds to fly with all their might. Unfortunately, it happened to be in the direction of Suyu. Suyu revolved the power of his pupils and tried his best to look behind them. He saw a large expanse of golden chrysanthemums standing proudly under the sunlight. The cluster of flowers, under the illumination of the sun, emitted rays of yellow light, like rays of light interweaving in the sky. The 3 wooden birds were in the center of the interweaving light. One of them was swept by the light and was immediately smashed into pieces. The trial taker on the wooden bird let out a blood-curdling scream as he was also annihilated. Suyu saw with his own eyes that the challenger's soul was obliterated. An 8th grade almighty could be considered a big shot in any corner of the Jojo continent. However, in the glittering jewel wonderland, it was no match for the rays of a flower. As for the other 2, the man raised his hand and took out a bronze sword with complicated patterns. It swept across the sky and cut off the rays that were shooting at him. Traces of remnant rays of light flashed on the bronze sword. It turned out that the function of this sword was to absorb attacks and use it to cut off the enemy's attack. The young man's swordsmanship was brilliant, and his movements were relaxed. Amidst the dense rays, the sword shadows were dense and impenetrable. On the other side, the woman tossed out an exquisite pink lotus. The lotus bloomed in the sky, and pink petals flew out, surrounding the wooden bird and protecting it. However, the defensive power of the lotus was limited. 1 or 2 rays were still safe and sound, but the rays were too dense, making it difficult for the petals to resist. Senior brother Ding Ping. The woman sensed danger and had no choice but to seek help from the man on the wooden bird nearby. The man glanced sideways, and his expression changed drastically. However, under the concentrated rays, he could barely protect himself. How could he have the strength to save his junior sister? Junior sister Shine, please bear with it for now. I'm coming. The man shouted in a low voice, but he had no intention of approaching her. How could Shine not see that Ding Ping was powerless to save them? Gritting her teeth, she twirled her slender fingers and manipulated the flower petals around the wooden bird, causing them to explode simultaneously, creating a powerful shock wave. A large number of rays were obstructed. Seizing this opportunity, Shine bit the tip of her tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood essence onto the wooden bird. Suddenly, the wooden bird's speed doubled, and it suddenly rushed forward. Her pretty face quickly turned pale. Obviously, this method of using blood essence to activate the wooden bird was very costly, and it could not be used repeatedly. Swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, a strange voice that was half male and half female came from among the thousands of golden chrysanthemums on the ground. You've intruded into my precious chrysanthemum territory, and you still want to escape? Humph. This voice was as mushy as Tian Renyao's, and it made one's hair stand on end. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a ray 3 times as thick shot out from the center of the chrysanthemum. Its speed was several times faster than the other rays. Shine had barely escaped the range of the ray, but it caught up with her again. The ray was about to penetrate the wooden bird and wipe it out. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed between the ray and the wooden bird. From the lightning, a man with white hair and a silver face stepped out. His snow-white hair billowed in the airwaves, and his whole body was covered in lightning. At first glance, he looked like the god of thunder. In the face of the massive ray that could destroy even a 9th grade almighty, The white-haired, silver-masked man raised his hand and offered a round pearl that was half white and half yellow. He placed it in front of him. The powerful ray bombarded the round pearl, but it did not shake it at all. Instead, it bounced off. The round pearl remained motionless from beginning to end. Before they could react, the silver-masked, white-haired man clenched his fist, and the round pearl disappeared without a trace. The sudden scene surprised not only Shayin, who had just recovered from the shock, but even Bao Juhua snorted. Another one has come to seek death. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Swish, swish. The rays that erupted from the thousands of chrysanthemums were more than doubled in intensity. Humph! Su Yu snorted softly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and performed a mysterious posture. All of a sudden, the demonic energy in his body surged, and 5 demonic dragons roared out and circled around him. All the incoming rays were engulfed by the billowing demonic energy emitted by the demonic dragons, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the demonic dragons roared and swooped down, destroying a large number of chrysanthemums and reducing them to ashes. Not only that, but the demonic dragons also burrowed into the ground. Before long, a giant chrysanthemum with a golden body drilled out from the depths of the ground with a furious roar. The giant chrysanthemum was 1,000 feet wide, forming a clear human face. It was now glaring at Su Yu furiously. "You've angered me." Su Yu replied coldly, "So what if I angered you?" He had thought that the giant chrysanthemum would fly into a rage and fight with Su Yu. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant chrysanthemum's face suddenly changed into a shy expression. "I love charming men like you the most. Come on, yell at me again, hit me again." Su Yu's expression froze. This familiar feeling made Su Yu shudder with fear. "Say something. I love powerful men the most. I'm very willing to marry you," the giant chrysanthemum said coquettishly. Su Yu's mind was in a mess. He finally understood what Yunyazi meant when he said that men would be in trouble if they landed in the garden. Did these sentient flowers never look at themselves in the mirror? Su Yu shuddered. With a light tap of his toes, he flew onto Shayin's wooden bird with a spin. He asked, "Miss, aren't you going to leave?" Shayin was stunned by Su Yu's swift and fierce moves. When she came to her senses, Su Yu was already on the wooden bird. She said hurriedly, Oh, okay, I'll activate it now." Swoosh! The wooden bird flew away quickly. Ding Ping got a chance to catch his breath. He activated the wooden bird to catch up quickly. An hour later, 2 wooden birds stopped on a hillside full of blooming flowers. "I'm Ding Ping from the Heavens Craftsman faction of the Heavens Craftsman region. This is my junior sister, Shayin. May I know your name?" As soon as Ding Ping landed, he immediately came to Shayin's side and shielded her behind him. He looked wary of Su Yu. Su Yu glanced at him indifferently. His eyes naturally fell on the wooden bird. How could he help her for no reason? The reason was naturally this wooden bird. He was lacking in speed and body movement techniques. This wooden bird had the speed of a 9th grade almighty, so it was a very good choice. "Your Excellency, I'm asking you a question." Ding Ping frowned, his tone a little displeased. He had given up on saving Shayin, but the silver-masked man in front of him had done it. How could he be happy? Especially when Shayin was the most beautiful woman in the Heavens Craftsman faction. Shayin glanced at Ding Ping, her eyes filled with disappointment. She didn't blame Ding Ping for leaving her in the lurch, because he could only save himself. However, she didn't like it when Ding Ping was jealous of others. He was inferior to others, yet he blamed others for being stronger. Walking out from behind Ding Ping, Shayin curtsied and said, "Junior brother, you mean no harm to us. Otherwise, why would you attack us?" Shayin then said, "May I know your name, junior brother? Maybe I know you." Su Yu stared at the wooden bird and said casually, "Su Yuxian." "Surnamed Su?" A hint of surprise and awe flashed across Shayin's face. Ding Ping, seemed to have realized something as well. His expression changed slightly, and the displeased expression on his face vanished completely. Shine paused, then asked tentatively, "Senior Brother Su, are you a student of the supreme heavenly demon faction from the northernmost region?" Su Yu was still looking straight at the wooden bird. Placidly he asked, "Why do you think so?" Everyone in the world knows that the demonic techniques practiced by the students of the supreme heavenly demon faction are very different from those practiced by other demonic factions. Their demonic energy is pure and incomparably powerful. Junior brother, your demonic energy is very pure, far beyond what I've seen. I suppose you must be from the supreme heavenly demon faction of the northern continent, Shine said with a smile. Su Yu raised his brows slightly. Geniuses from other continents were participating too? However, he didn't expect to be mistaken as a student of the supreme heavenly demon faction. The purity of his demonic energy came from the demonic energy he absorbed from the extraterrestrial demons, not from being a student of the supreme heavenly demon faction. Su Yu didn't want to explain too much, so he looked at the woman who had spoken. With a glance, Su Yu realized that the woman named Shine before him was a rare beauty. Su Yu's eyes lit up. The woman had a beautiful face, fair and smooth skin, clear and bright eyes, and a slender and graceful figure. In the Red Blood Palace, apart from Bing Wuxin and Bing Wuqing, it was difficult to find another woman who could rival her. After all, Su Yu had seen many beautiful women, and it was difficult for him to be tempted by any of them. Looking at the wooden birds, Su Yu asked, "Are you selling your wooden birds?" Wooden bird? Shine was a little surprised, and she looked at Su Yu in surprise. Judging from the technique he had just displayed, which had easily neutralized the Chrysanthemum King's attack, his cultivation should be at least at the level of an 8th grade almighty. Could it be that a colossus like the supreme heavenly demon sect didn't even gift him a decent flying magical treasure? She had no idea that Su Yu wasn't from a super faction like the supreme heavenly demon faction, but was merely a student of the Red Blood Palace of the Blessed and Heavenly Lands. In terms of status, the Red Blood Palace was inferior to the Heaven's Craftsman faction. The overall power of the Heaven's Craftsman faction was more than twice that of the Red Blood Palace. Are you going to sell it or not? Su Yu asked expressionlessly. Shine sighed. It was said that many of the disciples of the supreme heavenly demon sect were rather arrogant. The man in front of her had only glanced at her once. After some thought, Shine said, "Unfortunately, I can't sell it to you, junior brother." "Why?" Su Yu turned his head and asked. He didn't mind seizing it by force. Shine seemed to have read Su Yu's mind. She sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to repay you for saving my life, junior brother. It's just that the wooden birds of the Heaven's Craftsman faction begin to recognize their owners with blood during the crafting stage. Apart from us, no one can control them. If I sell it to you, I'll be deceiving you." "Is that so? What a pity." Since it was useless to him, Su Yu wouldn't waste any more time. "Farewell. Wait." Shine called out to Su Yu hurriedly. "If you need it, it's not that there's no other way. I just need you to come with us to meet the eldest senior brother." Su Yu's eyes shone. "Do you think I don't know the secret of the glittering jewel wonderland, that the more challengers you kill, the higher the chance of getting sublimations?" Su Yu was certainly unwilling to follow them and meet the eldest senior brother. How could the eldest senior brother of a large faction like the Heaven's Craftsman faction be a simple character? "Junior brother, you must be joking. How would the Heaven's Craftsman faction dare to touch the students of the supreme heavenly demon faction?" Shine laughed bitterly. Su Yu rubbed his chin and was lost in thought. In fact, he was secretly communicating with Yun Yazi. "Master, can you really modify this flying bird into a void-traveling treasure?" It was Yun Yazi's suggestion to save Shine and obtain the wooden bird. "Haha, do you think I'll lie to you? The craftsmanship of this flying bird is pretty good, and the materials used are extraordinary as well. It should be able to withstand the power of the void. It's the best way to save your life, Yunyazi said. The so-called void traveling referred to the ability of all creation's old monsters to tear the void apart and teleport. Under the circumstances where only almighty strong men could participate in the glittering jewel wonderland, wouldn't having the void traveling ability make one invincible? It seemed like Yunyazi was also thinking of ways to give Suyu a chance to save his life for the upcoming 3-9 ordeals. Why? You can sense the location of your fellow faction members? If I remember correctly, the teleportation of the glittering jewel wonderland is random. Each of the 5 great yards is vast. Even with the sensing jade pendant, you might not be teleported to the vicinity, Suyu said, raising his brows. Sha'in looked at Suyu strangely and smiled bitterly. Junior brother, you must be joking. Although the Heavens Craftsman faction is nothing in the eyes of the supreme Heavenly Demon faction, we still have some secrets about the secret realm. As long as the same all creation's old monster sends them into the secret realm, the students who are sent will have the same scent. These students can easily sense the other students' scents in the secret realm, and they usually won't be teleported to other yards. What? She can even control the teleportation range and sense each other's presence? Mo Tianxian had never mentioned anything about this secret. Suyu was annoyed. Mo Tianxian. This woman was really playing tricks on him. Being teleported to the yard was probably Mo Tianxuan's doing. Firstly, she wanted to create trouble for Suyu, and secondly, she hoped to eliminate Suyu with the first catastrophe. Suyu gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he ever got the chance, he would teach this reckless woman a good lesson. Ding Ping didn't think that Suyu really didn't know anything. Instead, he thought that Suyu was looking down on them. My 2 senior brothers and I sensed your location, and we're on our way there. We didn't expect to pass through Bao Juhua's territory on the way and be pursued relentlessly. Thanks to your timely intervention, junior brother, Sha'in said. Suyu thought to himself. The students of the Heavens Craftsman faction were all sent in by the same person, so they had the same scent and could sense each other's location. So the students of the Red Blood Palace were all sent in by Mo Tianxian. Logically speaking, Suyu should be able to sense their presence, but after entering, he didn't have the slightest intention of sensing them. Chapter 994. The existence of the brand isolated the sense, causing Suyu to be transported to the garden alone and unable to meet up with the others. In a situation where the disciples of the other factions could meet up, Suyu was alone, and the probability of him being targeted was greatly increased. Although he was angry, Suyu would not show it in front of outsiders. Will your eldest senior brother's flying bird be sold? Suyu asked. Sha'in smiled faintly. Since junior brother Su is a disciple of the supreme heavenly demon sect, I'm sure eldest senior brother will be willing to give him some face. He has a few wooden birds that haven't recognized their owners yet. All right, take me to see your eldest senior brother, Suyu said. The 3 of them immediately flew into the sky. The garden was boundless, and they ran into many unfamiliar challengers along the way. However, when they spotted Suyu and the others from afar, they hurriedly avoided them. Of course, they also discovered many corpses along the way. The battle has already begun. Sha'in sighed and said, We have to meet up with eldest senior brother as soon as possible. Otherwise, with just the 3 of us, it won't be much of a problem if we encounter a lone challenger. But if we encounter a force that has already assembled, it'll be troublesome. As long as we meet up with eldest senior brother, we'll be safe. Eldest senior brother carries a puppet that's comparable to the first stage of the all creations realm. Once it's activated, it's almost invincible. Eldest senior brother himself is also a top-notch 9th grade almighty existence, and he can roam the Heavens Craftsman domain. At the mention of eldest senior brother, both Sha'in and Ding Ping were full of respect. Half a day later, Shine gazed into the distance at a hill that was blooming with colorful flowers. She exhaled softly. We're finally here. I can sense the breath of eldest senior brother and a dozen other senior brothers. There in the belly of the hill. Dingping also said, I sense it too. We're finally safe now. Su Yu was the only one who gradually stopped. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hill in front of him. Junior brother Su, what's wrong with you? Shine sensed Su Yu's unusual behavior and turned around to ask. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, Your eldest senior brother might be in some trouble. Shine was puzzled. She exchanged a glance with Dingping and flew over first, landing at the foot of the hill. At that moment, several hidden figures appeared. Stop! Ah! Senior brother Ding and senior sister Sha. Joy and excitement overflowed from his voice. Wei Zhuang, Zhongli, what's going on with the injuries on your bodies? Dingping couldn't help but be shocked when he discovered that both of them had injuries of varying degrees. Wei Zhuang's face was covered in blood, and there was an obvious wound on his abdomen. As for Zhongli, he had lost an arm. The strange thing was that there were crystallized fragments in their bodies, including the places where they were injured. Zhongli covered his bleeding arm with a pained expression. We're in trouble. Shine couldn't help but turn her head to look in Su Yu's direction. She was secretly shocked. Could it be that he had cultivated some kind of ocular power that allowed him to see through the hills in advance and discover that her senior brothers were in trouble? When we were waiting for everyone to gather here, we were attacked. 8 of our junior brothers and sisters were killed and 18 were injured. Even our eldest brother was severely injured and is currently recuperating, said Wei Zhuang. After listening, Shayan's expression changed slightly. Eldest senior brother was also seriously injured? The newcomers must be extremely powerful. Did you manage to annihilate them? Wei Zhuang shook his head. No, the other party is completely unharmed. Upon hearing that, Dingping's expression turned grave instantly. If the other party is so powerful, why are you still recuperating at the place where the fight took place? Once the other party returned, wouldn't they be even more seriously injured? Wei Zhuang said, It's not that we didn't want to leave, but our eldest senior brother couldn't move his body. He was trapped in the cave by the other party. Upon hearing that, Shine was shocked. Eldest senior brother was completely trapped? What kind of force is the other party? How many people are there? Shine asked. Wei Zhuang hesitated for a moment and said, Only one person, but I don't know which force he is from. One person? Shine and Dingping were both shocked. One person killed 8 challengers of the Heaven's Craftsman faction and injured 18 others. Their eldest senior brother was seriously injured and trapped by the other party. Did our eldest senior brother use that puppet? Shine asked with a gleam in her eyes. Wei Zhuang said, It was shattered by the other party. Hiss! Upon hearing that, they couldn't help but gasp. The All Creations Stage 1 puppet was shattered by the other party. Then, who on earth was the strong man? Let's go in and see our eldest senior brother, Shine said hurriedly. The 2 of them flew into the depths of the cave. The scene in front of them shocked them again. They saw the 18 senior brothers and sisters were all healing on the spot. Their injuries were more serious than Wei Zhuang and Zhang Li's, and there were also signs of crystallization in their wounds. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a crystallized figure with an ordinary appearance and a resolute expression. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth and trying to dissolve something. There was a bowl-sized bloody hole in his chest, from which blood essence kept flowing out. His whole body was covered with crystal chips. Eldest senior brother. Dingping's expression changed dramatically, and he hurried over. Don't come over. Suddenly, the eldest senior brother shouted in a deep voice. Dingping had already rushed over, and he was only 2 steps away from the eldest senior brother. At this moment, a crystal chip on the eldest senior brother's body suddenly shot out and bombarded Ding Ping. Puff! Ding Ping only had time to use his sword to block, but the sharp bronze sword in his hand was bounced off. Then the crystal chip penetrated Ding Ping's chest like a piece of paper. Ding Ping flew backward, and an arrow of blood spurted out of his mouth. Among the blood, there were crystal chips floating. Bang! With a heavy bombardment, Ding Ping fell to the ground, his face full of pain. Senior brother Ding. Shine was shocked. She immediately went forward to help him, but was stopped by the crystallized eldest senior brother. Don't touch him. Cheyenne's palm stopped abruptly, and she asked anxiously, Senior brother, what's going on with these crystals? The eldest senior brother said in a deep voice, the crystals you see are actually plants that reproduce extremely quickly. They're called the grass of crystallization, and they feed on the blood of living creatures. Once they come into contact with blood, they will reproduce rapidly. Therefore, don't touch injured people. The grass of crystallization can spread at any time. The grass of crystallization? Cheyenne was shocked. Isn't this a spirit herb that has disappeared since time immemorial? How can it still exist now? The eldest senior brother said in a deep voice, It's just that it hasn't appeared since time immemorial, but it's not extinct. An ancient family in the easternmost land has always controlled it. Upon hearing this, Ding Ping and Cheyenne both cried out in surprise. Senior brother, are you talking about the Great Oriental Family? The Great Oriental Family was a huge family that had produced 2 prefectures kings, and it controlled the entire Great Eastern Land. The Great Oriental Family's name alone was enough to intimidate all heroes. How did you encounter the experts of the Great Oriental Family? Ding Ping swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt that it made sense. If it were the experts of the Great Oriental Family, it would be normal for the eldest senior brother and the others to be defeated. The eldest senior brother said angrily, Who knows what's wrong with that woman? She attacked us all of a sudden. Since you're here, protect us. In half a month's time, we'll be able to dissolve the grass of crystallization in our bodies, the eldest senior brother said, changing the subject. Cheyenne nodded and thought for a while. Senior brother, I've brought an expert with me. He might be able to help us. The eyes of the eldest senior brother and the other 18 brothers lit up. Could it be that Yu Liang has returned? Yu Liang was the expert who ranked second in the Heaven's Craftsman faction. His strength was only below the eldest senior brother. Cheyenne said, We didn't encounter senior brother Yu, but a disciple of the supreme heavenly demon faction. Everyone's expression changed drastically. One of the disciples with high cultivation even looked angry. Cheyenne, you're muddle-headed. Which disciple of the supreme heavenly demon faction isn't a bloodthirsty character? Once they know that we're severely injured, how could they let us go? You've invited a wolf into the house. Cheyenne felt wronged and said, This person has saved Ding Ping and my lives. Judging from his attack, he's not a bloodthirsty person. Besides, I've only brought him here to make a deal with you, senior brother, to purchase the wooden bird. You can't believe a single word spoken by that bunch of demons. Indeed, the people of the supreme heavenly demon faction are cunning by nature. Don't fall for their tricks. Everyone spoke one after another, all of them blaming and grumbling. Right at that moment, a leisurely voice drifted into the cavern. If I wanted to kill you, would I have waited until now? Everyone present was shocked. Be careful, everyone. Swish, swish, swish. The 18 senior brothers stood up at the same time, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Under the faint sunlight, the silver-faced, white-haired Suyu entered with his hands clasped behind his back. The fact that he was able to enter so easily meant that the 2 guards at the door had been taken care of. How dare you barge into the territory of our Heaven's Craftsman faction? An 8th grade almighty female disciple berated. Suyu said, If you have the strength to show off, you might as well recuperate from your injuries. You're courting death, the female disciple yelled. "Senior brothers, let's attack together." They couldn't see through Su Yu's cultivation, but their intuition from years of training told them that Su Yu's cultivation wasn't strong. The three disciples, whose injuries were considered stable, suddenly attacked from three directions at the same time. Xiaoyin wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. The demonic energy in his chest rolled, and 5 demonic dragons roared out. Several screams of agony could be heard, including the 8th grade almighty female disciple. She spat out blood and flew backward, her injuries more than doubled. This undoubtedly infuriated the rest of the disciples. "How dare you hurt the people of our Heaven's Craftsman faction? Let's attack together." The remaining dozen strong men were about to fly into a rage. All of a sudden, the crystallized eldest senior brother said, "Stop!" He was very authoritative. The furious disciple stopped and looked at the eldest senior brother. "Stop, all of you. He's right. If he wanted to kill you, you'd all be dead by now, including you, Lung Zhu." The eldest senior brother looked at the 8th grade almighty woman. In the Heaven's Craftsman faction, Lung Zhu ranked 3rd, second only to Yu Liang, who had yet to return. Him. Many of the disciples were secretly surprised. They had never doubted the eldest senior brother's judgment. Separated by the crystal, the eldest senior brother said in a low voice, "Seems like you're really here to make a deal. You want my wooden bird?" Su Yu nodded. "We can make a deal, but what do you have in exchange?" The eldest senior brother said, "The items made by the Heaven's Craftsman faction involve the level of late-stage almighty, and none of them will be leaked. Once we do that, we'll most likely be punished by the faction's strict rules. If we're lucky, we'll reflect on our mistakes. If we're unlucky, our cultivations will be destroyed as a warning to others. I won't be an exception." Su Yu glanced at Xiaoyin. She hadn't mentioned this before. Xiaoyin averted her eyes and defended herself. "Junior brother Su, I mean no harm." Of course. She didn't dare to mean any harm, but she didn't have good intentions either. She was probably using the name of the supreme heavenly demon faction to ensure her safety along the way and meet up with the eldest senior brother. Su Yu looked at the eldest senior brother and said, "Because you're all dying and I can save you, you'll agree." "You're being too serious. The grass of crystallization isn't something that can't be resolved," the eldest senior brother said expressionlessly. Su Yu sneered. "You can resolve the grass of crystallization, but can you resolve the challengers outside as well?" How could the challengers in the surroundings not have noticed the great battle taking place here? In the first 1 or 2 days, perhaps no one would dare to take the risk due to the prestige of the Heaven's Craftsman faction. But as time went on, the situation inside the cave would be more or less deduced. Even if a group of rabble came, they would be in grave danger. The eldest senior brother's pupils constricted. This was what worried him the most. The grass of crystallization wasn't a concern, but the human heart was. "Can you really resolve the grass of crystallization in our bodies?" the eldest senior brother asked. Su Yu looked at him and didn't answer. The eldest senior brother was silent for a moment. "All right, if you can resolve the grass of crystallization in all of us, we can make a deal." But Su Yu shook his head and said, "No, I'll only resolve it for you." Wouldn't resolving everyone's grass of crystallization be adding to his troubles? Who knew if they would gang up on him? The eldest senior brother pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. "All right, deal." As long as he resolved the problem, they wouldn't have to stay in the cave and could find another place to recuperate. Su Yu walked up to the crystallized eldest senior brother. His right hand, which was behind his back, was slowly rotating with a brilliant silver light of the Milky Way. "You'll be attacked if you come within 30 feet of it," the eldest senior brother reminded him. Su Yu nodded and stepped forward. All of a sudden, the crystals on the eldest senior brother's body seemed to react, and one of them immediately shot toward Su Yu. Su Yu grasped with his right hand and caught the crystal fragment in his palm. When he opened his palm, the crystal had disappeared, leaving behind a grain the size of a sesame seed. It was the seed of the grass of crystallization. The eldest senior brother's pupils constricted fiercely at the scene. Such a method was truly astonishing. Suyu's face was unfazed. He kept approaching, and with every step he took, more crystals shot towards him. But Suyu perfectly resolved all of them. When he reached the eldest senior brother, there were already dozens of seeds in his palm. Then Suyu placed his palm on the eldest senior brother's body. The crystals on the surface of the eldest senior brother's body rapidly faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, not a single trace was left. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of seeds in Suyu's palm. The eldest senior brother was freed. He immediately operated his vital energy to seal the bloody hole in his chest. Because of his weakness, his body couldn't help but sway. Phew! The eldest senior brother let out a long sigh and stared deeply at Suyu. He couldn't help but look at Suyu's right palm. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, junior brother Su, for your help." When he finished speaking, he took out a small, delicate bird from his sleeve. Suyu's eyes lit up. He had finally obtained it. After some modification by Yunyazi, it could become a flying treasure that could travel through the void. This would be of great help to Suyu's ability to survive the 39 ordeals. Suyu nodded and reached out to grab the wooden bird. However, at that moment, a strong, sharp green light was aimed directly at Suyu's palm. Suyu had no choice but to dodge and give up on grabbing the wooden bird. Chapter 995. Suyu tiptoed and leaped away from the attack of the green radiance. His starry eyes were cold as a 2-meter-tall, burly man with a stocky build stepped into the cave. His feet were steady and powerful. As he stepped on the ground trembled slightly. The gravel and dust bounced around like beans being cooked in a pot. The heartbeats of Suyu and the others thumped along with the man's footsteps. Powerful physical strength! Suyu stared. Having faced the all-creation's old monsters several times, the pressure from the burly man's body gave Suyu a strange sense of oppression. A sense of familiarity washed over him. In terms of physical strength alone, this man was almost invincible among the almighty. "Senior brother, you're back!" The challengers in the cave were overjoyed, and their tense expressions eased. Even the eldest senior brother relaxed. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're back at the right time." The newcomer was Yu Liang, ranked second in the Heaven's Craftsman faction, a physical practitioner. In terms of physical strength, he was ranked first. The eldest senior brother was only ranked first in terms of comprehensive strength. Yu Liang cast a sidelong glance at Suyu and strode over. "Eldest senior brother, are you all safe and sound?" Everyone smiled and nodded. The atmosphere was much more relaxed. After exchanging greetings, Yu Liang's gaze fell on Suyu. He glared at him and snorted. "Is this the guy who took advantage of our misfortune and demanded the puppet of the Heaven's Craftsman faction?" Su Yu only chuckled when he heard the blunt words. "I guess so." "So what?" Su Yu glanced at the eldest senior brother. "I won't disturb your reunion. Please return the wooden bird that belongs to me, and I'll take my leave." "How dare you? The Supreme Heavenly Demon faction is indeed an overlord in the northern continent, but it's nothing in the central prefecture. Get lost now if you know what's good for you." Yu Liang glared at him. The eldest senior brother stroked the wooden bird in his hand for a while, his eyes glinting. After thinking for a moment, he stopped him. "Junior brother, don't be rude. Junior brother Su helped me get out of trouble, and the Heaven's Craftsman faction is indebted to him. The wooden bird is a promise, and it should be returned to him." When he finished, he tossed the wooden bird to Suyu. Suyu grabbed it and checked it to make sure there were no mistakes. He cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." An ominous glint flashed across Yu Liang's eyes. He was about to catch up, but he was stopped by eldest senior brother. "Junior brother, wait. Junior martial brother Su, please stay." Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he stopped in his tracks and turned around. Is there anything else? Eldest senior brother said. Thank you for saving me, junior brother Sue. I have a piece of news that I would like to share with you. Speak. Sue Yu's eyes flickered. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Junior brother, you should know that the disaster of flowers is coming. We're deep in the center of the garden, so we'll have to bear the brunt of the disaster. If we don't get out of the garden in time, there's a high chance that we'll be eliminated, eldest senior brother said. The disaster of flowers was the most difficult test of the glittering jewel wonderland. If one could survive it once, they would have the opportunity to obtain sublimations. Once they were eliminated, they would die. Sue Yu nodded slowly. So, eldest senior brother smiled and said, We've received news that there's a teleportation portal in the center of the disaster of flowers that connects to the other 4 gardens. If you can use it, you can leave the garden in the shortest time possible. Junior brother Sue, are you interested in joining us? There's a teleportation array in the center of the flower disaster? Sue Yu thought to himself. Mo Tianxian hadn't mentioned this. This information is absolutely reliable. The source is the great Oriental family, an ancient family that has existed for ages. No one can match their exploration of the glittering jewel wonderland, the big senior brother said. Dongfang family? Sue Yu's heart shook. This family's name was well known in the Jiuzhou continent. So how could Sue Yu not know about it? If the news came from this family, it might be possible. Since Sue Yu did not have a shortcut to leave the flower yard, why not give it a try? It was better to believe it was true than not. How many days will it take to reach the center of the garden? Sue Yu asked. Eldest senior brother laughed and said, It's not long, only 5 days. Including the day we delayed, it's a total of 6 days. There's still 1 more day before the outbreak of the first disaster. There's plenty of time. It was worth a try. Sure. Sue Yu nodded in agreement. However, Sue Yu knew very well that his opponent did not care about the abilities he had displayed. Yu Liang's abilities should not be any weaker than Sue Yu's. Hence, there was no need for him to bring along someone he could not trust. There was only one reason why they were willing to go with Sue Yu. Sue Yu's identity as a student of the supreme heavenly demon faction. It was not that they wanted to intimidate the other influences. Even though there were many injured members of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, the eldest senior brother had escaped and would only need a few days to recover from his injuries. There were few who could threaten them. Their purpose was to avoid encountering the most troublesome influences of the supreme heavenly demon faction along the way. Since Sue Yu, a student of the supreme heavenly demon faction, was here, the other students of the faction should be nearby too. Once they encountered each other, if there was no one to talk to, the tyrannical demonic cultivators would draw their swords against them immediately. With Sue Yu, a familiar face, it would undoubtedly be much better, at least before they arrived at the transmission. Sue Yu would help them reconcile their relations. Eldest senior brother looked resolute, but in fact he was experienced. Eldest senior brother, isn't this too hasty? Yu Liang said angrily. Handing over the wooden bird of the faction to an outsider would definitely result in punishment from the faction. Eldest senior brother was indeed doing this to get himself out of trouble, but it did not benefit Yu Liang in the slightest. Of course, he was not happy about it. Junior brother, the journey will be dangerous. Besides, many of you are injured. 1 more friend is better than 1 more enemy, the eldest senior brother said with a smile. Yu Liang's expression changed again and again, but in the end, he surprisingly did not object. Sue Yu's eyes flickered. He realized that when the eldest senior brother was speaking, he had discreetly used vital energy to transmit his voice. Only then did Yu Liang accommodate Sue Yu. Haha, if that's the case, let's get going now. The eldest senior brother laughed. After packing up, Sue Yu and the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction left the cavern on the hill together and headed for the center of the garden. Junior brother Sue, Don't lower yourself to senior brother Yu's level. He's always been like this, and we can't do anything about it. I hope you won't take it to heart, Shine said in a low voice as she hurried over. Su Yu nodded faintly, his expression placid. This woman looked quiet and pure, but she was not a simple person, which was evident from the fact that she had used Su Yu to escort her to meet up with her fellow disciples. Shine was not annoyed. She smiled faintly and chatted with Su Yu along the way. Eldest senior brother, Shine is your woman. Aren't you afraid of an accident if you let her accompany the boy of the heavenly demon faction? Yu Liang shot a glance at Su Yu and transmitted his voice to him. The eldest senior brother narrowed his eyes. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had healed a lot. He said placidly, "It's just a woman. It's no big deal even if an accident happens. What I'm most worried about is that boy finding out something midway and leaving. That would be so boring, haha." 5 days later, after passing through the endless sea of flowers, they arrived at a huge city. The city was bustling with noise and bustling with people and carriages. If he had not clearly recognized that he was in the glittering jewel wonderland, so you would have thought that he had come to the outside world. He stared at the city in the distance in amazement, and the word garden came into view. TSK, it's just like what that woman from the great Oriental family said. There's another world at the center of the garden, the eldest senior brother said in amazement. Su Yu's eyes were filled with vigilance as he sized up the city. After a while, a strange look came over his face. It seems that everyone in the city is a woman. At a glance, be it the guards at the city gate, the shopkeepers of the taverns, or the street performers, all of them were women, though some were old and some were young. Yes, according to what that woman from the great Oriental family said, these women are the flower monsters in the garden who have cultivated to become spirits. They have condensed into human forms and imitate the lives of humans. They were left behind by the glittering jewel mortal fairy in the past. He mentioned the woman from the great Oriental family again, the woman who had wounded them all by herself. Let's go in. These flower monsters have seen many challengers for many years. At the same time, they are restricted by the glittering jewel wonderland, so they won't harm the challengers. The eldest senior brother took the lead and entered. As expected, although they attracted a lot of attention when they entered, they did not do anything excessive. After a while, in the center of the garden, a transportation portal was suspended in mid-air, emitting bursts of space energy. It's really a transportation portal. Everyone was excited. There was only 1 day left before the first disaster, the disaster of flowers. They arrived right in front of the transportation portal. If they could be transported to the bookyard, which was the furthest away, the impact of the disaster would be almost negligible. Stop! Challengers are not allowed to enter. From the vicinity of the transportation portal, several extremely cold breaths were suddenly emitted, and the figures of 3 old women flew out rapidly. The old women's aura was soaring. Each of them had the breath of a 9th grade almighty, comparable to the eldest senior brother. The appearance of the 3 made the challengers feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Without the yard master's order, challengers are not allowed to come within 1,000 feet. Otherwise, they will be beheaded according to the law. The old women were murderous, and the demons in the city all revealed their murderous auras. Yardmaster? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Could they be referring to the owner of the garden? The eldest senior brother cupped his fists and said, "We have no intention of offending you. Please forgive us. We will leave now." When he finished, everyone left the transportation portal under the supervision of the 3 powerful old women. Eldest senior brother, how could there be such terrifying demons in the city? They are almost at the level of human all creations, Lung Zhu said with a heavy heart. The eldest senior brother's eyes were even more solemn. They are not too terrifying. If we force our way in, I am confident that I can hold them off for a while. What is terrifying is the other breath. As he spoke, the eldest senior brother's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Yu. I wonder if junior brother Su has sensed anything. Su Yu said blankly. Could there be another expert beside them besides the three of them? In fact, how could Su Yu not know? When they arrived near the transportation portal, apart from the three old women, there was an even more powerful and terrifying breath that had secretly locked onto them. That was the breath of an all creation's old monster. That must be the yard master of the garden. Hey, he is not even as good as me. How could he have sensed other breaths? Yu Liang said disdainfully, Eldest senior brother, what kind of breath did you sense? Just tell me. The eldest senior brother secretly observed Su Yu's expression for a while, then said in a low voice, There was an all creation's breath just now. What? There was the breath of an all creation's old monster. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. To them, all creation's old monsters were existences that they looked up to. Every move they made could cause them unimaginable harm. If the all creation's old monster was enraged, none of them could escape from the city of the garden. I can't be wrong. The woman from the great Oriental family also said that the yard master of the garden is a daffodil that has cultivated for more than 10,000 years. She has the cultivation of all creations and is the king of all flowers. She was appointed by the glittering jewel mortal fairy to guard the garden, the eldest senior brother said. Everyone was speechless for a long time, falling into silence. This was the center of the garden. If the disaster of flowers came, it would definitely radiate toward the glittering jewel wonderland from here. They had traveled thousands of miles to the source of the disaster of flowers. If they could not leave through the transportation portal, wouldn't they be like moths flying into a flame? As everyone was worrying, the eldest senior brother said, We still have a chance to use the transportation portal. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Eldest senior brother, is there a way to distract the all creation's old monster? Yu Liang asked curiously. As long as the yard master was guarding the city, she could arrive with a single thought and kill all of them. But how could it be easy to distract the all creation's old monster? No, we have another way. The eldest senior brother's eyes flashed as he revealed a mysterious smile. The yard master has a powerful cultivation. It's almost impossible to distract her with just us, the eldest senior brother said. We need to force her to agree. Force the all creation's old monster to agree to use the transportation portal? Everyone was lost in thought. According to the woman from the great Oriental family, the yard master of the garden has 9 beloved granddaughters. Once, a trial taker from the great Oriental family came here by accident. To avoid the impending disaster of flowers, he kidnapped one of the yard master's granddaughters. The yard master loves her so much that she agreed to let him use the transportation portal, the eldest senior brother said with a smile. Oh, such a thing happened? They understood what the eldest senior brother meant. They just had to imitate the trial taker from the great Oriental family. Eldest senior brother, where are the yard master's 9 granddaughters? They must be heavily guarded, right? How should we do it? Yu Liang asked. The eldest senior brother chuckled. Don't worry, I've prepared for it. Among the 9 granddaughters, the yard master dotes on the 9th granddaughter the most. She's also the most mischievous one. She often ditches her entourage and goes sightseeing in the city alone. She was kidnapped by the great Oriental family. We just need to release some rare items that can only be found in the outside world, and we'll definitely be able to attract the 9th granddaughter. Rare items that didn't exist in the glittering jewel wonderland? With a mysterious smile on his face, the eldest senior brother retrieved a golden rope from his space ring. The rope was full of golden bells. When the wind blew, the bells would flutter and emit a crisp, melodious sound, like the sound of nature. The spirits passing by turned around and gathered around curiously. They pricked up their ears to listen. It was as if the sound of the bells had a fatal attraction to them. Next, all we have to do is wait patiently. I believe the ninth granddaughter will definitely show up. The eldest senior brother was very confident. The sound of nature from the bells seemed to have a unique appeal to plants. It attracted the attention of all the floral spirits present. For a moment, the entire street was empty. Suyu and the others were paying close attention to the floral spirits that were approaching. According to the woman from the great Oriental family, the yard master's 9 granddaughters were different from the others. Each of them had an illusory daffodil blooming on top of their heads. It was unique and very easy to recognize. After waiting for half a day, Suyu's gaze suddenly became serious. In the crowd, he discovered a petite and exquisite young lady who looked to be about 18 years old. She was trying her best to squeeze through the crowd, and her face was filled with anxiety. On top of her head, a snow-white and beautiful daffodil was faintly discernible. Chapter 996. However, she wasn't alone. A green-skinned, middle-aged woman followed closely behind her. Her aura seemed ordinary, no different from that of ordinary floral spirits. However, it didn't escape Suyu's transparent eye. 9th grade, almighty. Suyu's pupils constricted slightly. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary 9th grade almighty. Even the eldest senior brother of the Heaven's Craftsman faction was probably no match for this person. Could it be because of the previous experience of being kidnapped by the great Oriental family that the youngest granddaughter has an extra bodyguard? Suyu thought to himself. Staring at the youngest granddaughter again, Suyu fell into deep thought. At the same time, there were several other people who had discovered the youngest granddaughter. Senior brother, that must be the youngest granddaughter, right? Yu Liang asked, staring at the pretty girl. The eldest senior brother smiled. It shouldn't be wrong. The other 8 granddaughters are in isolation all year round and basically don't show up in the outside world. Only this youngest granddaughter often walks around the city. After confirming the identity, everyone's eyes flickered. Eldest senior brother, shall we strike now? Shine asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The rest of the students of the Heaven's Craftsman faction couldn't contain their excitement. Kidnapping the granddaughter of an all creations old monster? Just hearing about it made them nervous and excited. No, the youngest granddaughter has an expert with her. If we act rashly, we'll only give her a chance to escape, the eldest senior brother said, waving the rope in his hand. Eldest senior brother waved the rope in his hand and said, when she comes close, this fairy binding rope will help us. However, just in case, everyone must hide in the surroundings to prevent the youngest granddaughter from escaping and causing the plan to fail. If the plan failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the yard master, who was an all creations old monster, didn't show up, the floral spirits in the city would be enough to trap all of them, leaving no chance of escape. There's only one chance, so everyone must do their best. The eldest senior brother said, looking at Suyu. Junior brother Su, your strength is unparalleled. This matter concerns everyone's escape from the disaster of flowers, so I hope you can help us too. Suyu thought about it and nodded slightly. I'm in the same boat as everyone, so I'll do my best. If there's anything you need, please let me know. The eldest senior brother smiled gratefully. Thank you, Brother Su. There are 20 of us in total. When the fairy binding rope binds the 9th granddaughter, the expert following her will definitely intervene. I'll hold her off for now. But you guys have to take the opportunity to subdue the 9th granddaughter. The 9th granddaughter herself is an 8th grade almighty strong fighter, and she's very difficult to deal with. Only junior brother Su and junior brother you can contend with her, so the main task of subduing her will be left to the 2 of you. How about it? Does anyone have any objections? Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and agreed. There was only one chance, and no one dared to slack off. In that case, get ready. Eldest senior brother's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. Everyone immediately dispersed. Su Yu and Yu Liang lurked in the southeast, ready to strike. Eldest senior brother held the immortal binding rope in his hand and controlled the bells on it. It emitted a heavenly sound and attracted the youngest granddaughter to come closer. "It's really nice." The youngest granddaughter came over with a face full of curiosity. She blinked her big eyes that seemed like they could speak, expressing the innocence in her heart. The middle-aged woman behind her said cautiously, "Please be careful, those are challengers." The youngest granddaughter put her index finger in the corner of her mouth and turned a deaf ear to the words. Her eyes were fixed on the rope that emitted the heavenly sound, and she asked in a sweet voice that was as clear and melodious as silver bells, "Can I touch it?" Eldest senior brother smiled warmly. Of course. The youngest granddaughter's face was full of curiosity. She touched the immortal binding rope with her slender and fair index finger, which emitted the heavenly sound of the bells. The moment she touched it, a mysterious smile appeared at the corners of the eldest senior brother's mouth. The bells vibrated violently all of a sudden, and the sound it emitted changed from the heavenly sound to the urgent sound of a raging storm. All of a sudden, the intoxicated look on the faces of the plant demons changed abruptly, and they shrieked incessantly in pain. Many demons covered their heads with their hands, their bodies convulsing. The sound of the bells seemed to have a great negative impact on them. The youngest granddaughter was the first to bear the brunt of it. She trembled all over and held her head, looking like she was in great pain. Eldest senior brother's eyes sharpened, and he threw the immortal binding rope in front of him. Suddenly, the rope wrapped around the youngest granddaughter's hands and feet. The bells continued to ring loudly, emitting urgent sounds that caused the youngest granddaughter to fall into an even more painful state. However, the youngest granddaughter was still an 8th grade almighty, and she also had the yard master's bloodline. The virtual shadow of the daffodil above her head swayed gently, and drops of crystal-clear flower dew fell continuously. The pain on the youngest granddaughter's face eased, and 2 roots grew out from under her feet. They dug the ground, and her whole body sank into the depths of the earth. She was planning to use this method to escape. "You want to leave?" Eldest senior brother's eyes flashed. His left hand turned into a claw, and he grabbed the youngest granddaughter's arm. Swoosh! However, right at that moment, an emerald green branch suddenly lashed out. A residual shadow streaked across the void, and a few space cracks appeared as the branch lashed out. Eldest senior brother's face changed, and he had no choice but to change his claw into a fist to attack the incoming branch. With a muffled groan, the eldest senior brother's figure retreated, and a bloody mark appeared on his fist. The physical body of a 9th grade almighty was incomparably strong. Coupled with the protection of vital energy, a bloody mark appeared on the eldest senior brother's body. Indeed, none of you challengers are good people. The middle-aged woman's emerald green skin flickered continuously, and her eyes looked extremely gloomy. Eldest senior brother's face froze. After a simple exchange of blows, he could roughly determine that his opponent's strength might be above his own. Junior brother Sue, junior brother you, I'll leave the youngest granddaughter to you. I'll hold off this old woman. Eldest senior brother bellowed and took the initiative to attack. Yu Liang's eyes flashed, and he bellowed, "Go!" Crimson red body. The essence and blood in Yu Liang's body boiled like boiling oil, and crackling sounds could be heard. His whole body strangely turned blood red, and he looked like a jade man carved from red jade. "Open!" Yu Liang bellowed. He lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. In an instant, the entire city of flower gardens trembled. The ground, with him as the center, shook violently, and the soil within 100 feet of the ground was forcefully rolled out. The youngest granddaughter, whose body had sunk into the ground, was also shaken out of the ground. She lay on the ground, moaning in pain. "Junior brother Sue, what are you waiting for?" Yu Liang bellowed. Sue nodded and flew over. He came to a distance of 30 feet from the youngest granddaughter, and grabbed her thin shoulder. Seeing that Su Yu had successfully captured her, the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction were exhilarated. Junior brother Su, bring her here, quickly. Eldest senior brother was overjoyed. Everything was going according to plan. Yu Liang and the others rushed toward Su Yu, ready to help him. Because their actions had completely enraged the floral demons, they all rushed over while shrieking. However, what stunned the students of the Heaven's Craftsman faction was that after Su Yu caught the youngest granddaughter, he did not hand her over. Instead, he threw out a wooden bird, stepped on it, and soared into the sky. Junior brother Su, what are you doing? Su Yu's unexpected action startled the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction. Su Yu's face was expressionless. Floating in the middle of the garden, he said placidly, I'm giving them a taste of their own medicine, of course. Yu Liang's face was filled with murderous intent. Su, you're trying to get us killed. They had offended the floral demons of the city, but the youngest granddaughter had been kidnapped by Su Yu alone. Haha, it's better to get you killed than to be killed by you, isn't it? Su Yu said placidly. The eldest senior brother's pupils constricted, and his face darkened. Junior brother Su, aren't you being too presumptuous by insisting that we're trying to harm you? Bring back the youngest granddaughter, and we'll still be friends. From the beginning to the end, they had not done anything detrimental to Su Yu. Of course, that was from their point of view. Presumptuous? I forgot to tell you that I'm not talented, but I know a little about the language of the floral demons. From the conversations of the floral demons of the city, I've learned some information that I shouldn't have known, Su Yu said placidly. The floral language and the Mu language belong to two different systems of writing. Su Yu was far less proficient in the former than the latter, but he had some knowledge of it. At first, he had thought that, by capturing the youngest granddaughter, he could force the yard master to let them use the transportation station. However, from the conversations of the floral demons, Su Yu learned that the condition for using the transportation station was that a challenger had to marry one of the yard master's granddaughters. This was a rule set by the yard master herself. Rumor had it that the challenger of the great Oriental family had kidnapped one of the yard master's granddaughters and left through the transportation station. In fact, it was a lie made up by the eldest senior brother of the Heaven's Craftsman faction. With the ability of an all-creations old monster, kidnapping her granddaughter was not enough to deter her. She had hundreds of ways to rescue her granddaughter easily. Why would she need to agree to the kidnappers? The challenger who married the granddaughter would stay in the flower yard for the rest of his life and would never be able to step out of the glittering jewel wonderland again. It was obvious at a glance whether the Heaven's Craftsman faction would choose to let a stranger like Su Yu stay in the flower yard or one of their own. If you want to stay in the flower yard and be the yard master's grandson-in-law, you'll have to find someone else. I won't keep you company, Su Yu said. With a flick of his fingers, he tore the fairy tying rope and released the youngest granddaughter. He smiled at her. Sorry for offending you just now. In the face of Su Yu's betrayal, the eldest senior brother was not worried. Instead, he laughed. Haha, you do know some information, but it's a pity that you don't know everything. The fairy tying rope. Seal. The eldest senior brother pointed from afar. All of a sudden, one end of the fairy binding rope, which had just been untied, entangled Su Yu's palm, while the other end entangled the youngest granddaughter. They felt a burning pain in their palms. The immortal binding rope was burning, turning into a fiery red thread that wrapped around the two of them. Su Yu's expression changed, and he tried to cut the red thread. After being burned, the red line transformed into nothingness and became transparent. Physical attacks could penetrate it, and it looked like it was made of air. However, Su Yu could clearly feel that there was some kind of restraint on his palm, and the other end of it was connected to his youngest granddaughter. The eldest senior brother smiled. The red rope is ready. Congratulations, junior brother Su, for bringing home the beauty. The Heaven's Craftsman faction congratulates you in advance. Su Yu was startled. What was going on with this fairy binding rope? The god-tying rope contains the red thread of mortal fate that the patriarch of the Heaven's Craftsman faction asked for from the great eastern continent. Back then, the trial takers of the great Oriental family used this method to capture the granddaughter of a yard master and set foot on the transmitting formation. Once the red thread of mortal fate is drawn, external forces can't cut it off. You don't have to waste your energy. Just stay here and be the granddaughter of the yard master. The disciples of the Heaven's Craftsman faction breathed a long sigh of relief. It turned out that this was the truth behind the capture of the youngest granddaughter. It was to tie the red thread of mortal fate between Suyu and the youngest granddaughter to facilitate their marriage. Only then would the transmitting formation be reactivated. They wouldn't sacrifice their own people. The only one they could sacrifice was Suyu. What was the difference between being trapped in the garden of the glittering jewel wonderland forever and perishing? Suyu cast a deep look at the students of the Heaven's Craftsman faction and said leisurely, "If I remember correctly, I was the one who saved your eldest senior brother's life. Is it really a good idea to set your sights on me every few days?" Without Suyu, all the students of the Heaven's Craftsman faction would be in danger, not to mention the eldest senior brother. Even if Yu Liang came back, he might not be able to save them. It's said that the students of the Supreme Heavenly Demon faction are cunning by nature. But you, you're so stupid. Yu Liang said dispassionately, shaking his head. Suyu was expressionless. He asked calmly, "Is that so?" He was so confident and calm, which surprised eldest brother and Yu Liang. Junior brother Su, the path of training has always been a path of withered bones. Don't blame me for cutting off the rest of your life. If you want to blame something, blame it on the narrow path of training that only we can pass through. Resign yourself to your fate, the eldest senior brother sighed. With a tap of his toes, he floated in the void and looked around. Yardmaster, please show yourself. I fulfilled the requirements set by you and brought a good match for one of your granddaughters. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise and let us pass through the transmitting formation? However, the garden was silent. The floral spirits on the ground didn't say a word. The eldest senior brother repeated himself again. Still, only his voice echoed in the void. There was no response. What's going on? The people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction finally sensed that something was wrong. The eldest senior brother looked bewildered. Could that woman from the great Oriental family be lying? According to the rumor, they had specially prepared a red thread of fate to bring a grandson-in-law to the flower yard master. Why didn't the yard master show herself? Right at that moment, a leisurely voice drifted over. That little brat from the great Oriental family wasn't wrong. Bringing a grandson-in-law for me does allow us to use the transmitting formation once. But bringing a husband for me isn't included. The one who spoke was none other than the youngest granddaughter who was bound by the red thread of fate. She wasn't the granddaughter of the flower yard. She was the flower yard master, the daffodil king, the empress of all flowers. What? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and stared at the youngest granddaughter beside Suyu, dumbfounded. At that moment, the youngest granddaughter still had an innocent look on her face. There was a hint of anger on her pure and flawless face, which made her look even more adorable. The people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction were confused. The flower yard master was a living creature that had existed for tens of thousands of years. How could she be in such an innocent state? You guys are really abominable. The yard master pouted angrily. With a twist of her jade-like hand, she untied the red thread of fate that was bound around her wrist. The scene had confirmed her identity without a doubt. Only in all creation's old monster could untie the red thread so easily. The eldest senior brother swallowed hard and said, Yard master, the challengers of the Heaven's Craftsman faction pay our respects to the yard master. We've misunderstood and offended you. The adorable and sweet yard master placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, She's my granddaughter. She was pointing at the emerald green woman behind her. Chapter 997. Her? Everyone's mind was in a mess. It was one thing for a young and adorable girl to be a 10,000-year-old flower. The old woman was the granddaughter they wanted to capture. They were unable to accept the contrast. The people of the Heavens Craftsman faction obviously had no time to waste in shock. The kidnapping plan had undoubtedly failed. More undoubtedly, they had successfully angered an all-creations old monster, Yard Master. Yard Master! I've heard of the wonderful legends of the Dongfang family's challengers. That's why I'm offering you a qualified son-in-law. I hope to match-make the grass tribe and the human tribe into a great marriage. I'm sincere, and I bear no ill will, the eldest senior brother hurriedly said with cupped fists. The yard owner revealed a pensive look on her face. She rested her chin on her fair palm and asked suspiciously, "Really?" The eldest senior brother smiled and said, "Of course, he's a disciple of the Jiuzhou continent's supreme, heavenly demon faction. His status is extraordinary, and he's also very powerful. An ordinary 8th grade almighty is no match for him. Plus, he's young, so he fits the requirements of the Yard Master's grandson-in-law." The young girl's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but size Suyu up. She then looked at the middle-aged woman behind her and asked, what do you think?" The middle-aged woman examined Suyu and nodded slightly. "It seems like his power isn't bad. He's young and outstanding." The disciples of the Heavens Craftsman faction secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was likely to be resolved. Beloved concubine? Suyu's whole body shuddered, but he still wore a calm look on his face. He wore a faint smile as he said, "I am outstanding, but I am still young." "Ha! None of you have seen my true face. So how can you say that I am young?" The eldest senior brother chuckled. "Junior brother Sue, are you trying to tell me that the age restriction of the glittering jewel wonderland is fake?" Those who could enter the glittering jewel wonderland were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Suyu stroked the mask with his palm and smiled. "The restrictions are real, and it is also true that I am not a young man." The silver mask was gently taken off, revealing an aged face. Coupled with his snow-white hair, no matter how one looked at it, he looked like an old man who was getting old and had nothing to do with the word young. "Ah, with your looks, it's impossible. How did you get in?" Shayin was extremely shocked. Once upon a time, she had thought that Suyu was a top-notch disciple of the younger generation of the supreme, heavenly demon faction. But the truth was so unexpected. Eldest senior brother's eyes flashed, and he said, "Is there something wrong with your lifespan?" The green-skinned, middle-aged woman was startled, and then she revealed a surprised and dissatisfied expression. Suyu put on his mask again and said with a smile, "Yard Master, it seems like I don't meet your requirements. However, haven't you noticed that there are 2 more suitable grandson-in-law than me here?" His gaze shifted back and forth between the eldest senior brother and Yu Liang. One of them has reached the peak of the 9th grade almighty realm, while the other has a body comparable to that of an all-creations old monster. His strength is above mine, and he's young and handsome. Yard Master, why don't you ask your granddaughter who you're more satisfied with?" Suyu asked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the Yard Master's disappointed eyes shone with a shrewd light. Wasn't a candidate more outstanding than Suyu right in front of him? At that moment, the people of the Heavens Craftsman faction fell silent. The faces of the eldest senior brother and Yu Liang darkened as if they had been splashed with ink. Yu Liang was impatient and scolded, "Surname Su, you're despicable. How dare you trick us?" Suyu crossed his arms in front of his chest, calmly saying, "Senior brother Yu, why do you say that? What an honor it is to become the Yard Master's grandson-in-law. I recommended you and the eldest senior brother out of respect for both of you. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not up to the Yard Master standards, I wouldn't have given up such a cushy job." Upon hearing this, The yard master smiled to her liking. It was rare for the middle-aged woman to smile kindly at Suyu. Suyu's words were very effective. "You're courting death." Yu Liang was anxious. Once he was chosen as the grandson-in-law, it meant that he would have to stay in the glittering jewel wonderland forever. How was that any different from death? Suyu's eyes turned cold. "Senior brother Yu, I don't understand. When my junior brother was chosen, you were in high spirits. But when it's your turn, you're declining in every possible way. Is it because the yard master has a plant body that you're unwilling to accept?" Nonsense. Of course not. But how could he say that out loud? The yard master and her granddaughter stared at Yu Liang with hostility in their eyes. The eldest senior brother's face darkened. He said hurriedly, "Yard master, please don't listen to this man's nonsense. We can't wait to show our respect. It's just that—" Before he could finish, Suyu interrupted him. "Since you don't mind, then agree to become the yard master's grandson-in-law. I congratulate you in advance." You. The smile on the eldest senior brother's face had disappeared, replaced by anger. Under such circumstances, he certainly couldn't smile. "Yard master, please think twice. Don't listen to this man's nonsense. We respect you and have no intention of rejecting you, but we have important matters to attend to and can't stay in the yard. Please forgive us, yard master," the eldest senior brother said hurriedly. The yard master held her chin with her snow-white hands and said with her big, bright eyes, "You have your own matters to attend to. What does it have to do with me choosing my grandson-in-law? Since you've come to me, it means you're willing to become my grandson-in-law. Joe, or who do you fancy?" The middle-aged woman's eyes swept over the eldest senior brother and Yu Liang. She said delightedly, "Grandma, can I have 2 concubines at the same time? They both look great." Chi. The middle-aged woman licked her lips. Her tongue was emerald green and extremely terrifying. Upon hearing that, the eldest senior brother and Yu Liang's faces turned green. The yard master said, "Sure." Her eyes swept over and fell on the eldest senior brother and Yu Liang. She said, "Both of you, are you going to take off your clothes and go with Juer, or do you want the yard master to take the initiative?" At this moment, both of them were in a mess, and they were filled with grief and indignation. They were being forced into marriage. Well, they had to take off their clothes. The eldest senior brother's face was extremely ghastly. He had miscalculated. The original plan was to deceive a young talent and hand him over to the yard master. In this way, he could complete the mission issued by the yard master and find a son-in-law for her granddaughter. In the end, the B** starred Su Yuxian had a trick up his sleeve, causing him to fail. In the end, not only did they fail to deceive Suyu, but they also pushed themselves into a pit. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Yu Liang asked hurriedly, his face extremely ghastly. "I don't want to get married." The eldest senior brother's face flickered with uncertainty. After a while, he gritted his teeth. "There's no other way. We have to fight. Fortunately, I have a backup plan." How could he be unprepared when dealing with the yard master at the level of an all-creations old monster? Today, no one can stop us from passing through the formation and leaving. The eldest senior brother snorted softly. He retrieved a toad-like puppet and tossed it into the air. All of a sudden, the whole body of the toad emitted fluorescent light. In the light, it expanded crazily and reached 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. An aura that would cause one's heart to tremble was spat out from within the giant toad. As soon as the toad appeared, the surrounding plant spirits shrieked in terror and fled in all directions as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Shayin was delighted. She said in surprise, "Senior brother, you have an all-creations old monster puppet." The first one was smashed by the woman of the great Oriental family. She didn't expect senior brother to have a second one. "People of the Heavens Craftsman faction, heed my command. Change target, subdue the yard master, and force her to activate the transportation formation. The eldest senior brother said decisively. They had no way out. The disaster of flowers was behind them, and the city was full of strong plant spirits in front of them. The only way out was to capture the ringleader first. Together with an all creation's old monster puppet, they might be able to defeat the yard master. The yard master's face fell. A human puppet? You want to subdue me? Take a rest. Boom! The yard master's snow-white palm suddenly slapped forward. Shadows of daffodil petals fell on the surface of the toad puppet's body. The all creation's mighty force was earth-shattering, and the petals even contained an extreme power. Standing aside, the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe. It was as if they were about to be crushed by the force. The absolute suppression of the level made them unable to muster any will to resist. Seeing that the toad puppet was about to be smashed by the all creation's mighty force, at the critical moment, the toad puppet stomped on the ground with its hind legs. Its body flew forward like a flash of lightning, creating a huge crack in the void. The toad puppet's figure flashed and entered the crack. The daffodil petals fell and drifted to the area where the toad puppet had appeared. The area immediately turned into a sheet of cold ice. The aftermath of the cold air swept across the area where the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction were. They hurriedly operated their vital chi and did not dare to touch it with their bodies. That was because the cold air also contained a trace of all creation's mighty force. Apart from Yu Liang, anyone who touched it with their bodies would be destroyed in an instant. A fight between all creations was not something they could participate in. Creak! All of a sudden, a crack appeared in the space behind the yardmaster. A huge scarlet tongue stretched out like a flash of lightning. The long tongue contained the power of space. It almost teleported to the back of the yardmaster and coiled around her. The yardmaster snorted. Annoying! Her long sleeves were torn to shreds. Her snow-white arms emitted an emerald green fluorescence. The human-shaped arms turned into 2 emerald green leaves, sharp and long. The 2 leaves carried a mighty force. One of them sliced through the long scarlet tongue, while the other sliced through the open crack in the space. A horrible shriek was heard. The long scarlet tongue was severed, and emerald green blood splashed out from the crack in the space. The crack closed, and the toad puppet seemed to have been annihilated. Just as the yard master retracted her sharp leaf arms, a huge crack in the space suddenly appeared above her head without warning. A huge bloody mouth stretched out from the crack in the space, shrouding the yardmaster and spitting out a mouthful of white liquid. The liquid emitted an extremely potent poison, corroding the space and forming circles of black cracks. Su Yu's scalp went numb at the sight of such a terrible poison. Once touched by a poison of this degree, one would die before the Milky Way star sand could expel it from the body. The yard master curled her lips and snorted angrily. You've angered me. The virtual shadow of the daffodil floating above the yard master's head suddenly flew away and rotated 30 feet above her head. Drops of gentle liquid dripped from the daffodil, forming an arc-shaped curtain of rain that enveloped the yard master. The white, highly toxic liquid dripped down the curtain of rain. A sizzling sound was heard, but it was evaporated by the curtain of rain. Not a single drop fell on the yard master's body. Immediately after, the yard master glared at the yard master. 2 roots stretched out from the soles of her feet, sliced through the space under her feet, and drilled into the void. The toad puppet was about to retract its head when it suddenly let out a horrible shriek. Tiny roots grew out of its body from the inside out. They were the tiny roots that had separated from the 2 roots after they entered the body of the toad puppet. There were tens of thousands of roots densely packed together. Even the hair of the puppet had grown roots. Su Yu glanced at it with his transparent eye, and his hair stood on end. There were no internal organs inside the toad's body. They were all filled up by the squirming roots. Bang! With a loud noise, the enormous number of roots broke the toad puppet from the inside out. The All Creations toad puppet was smashed by the yard master so easily. However, right at that moment, a sudden change took place. The broken pieces of the toad suddenly danced wildly. One piece was connected to another, forming a long chain-like object. It sliced through the void abruptly and entangled the yard master. The yard master was caught off guard and was entangled by the chain. When she tried to resist, the chain tightened abruptly, confining her body and the All Creations' mighty force. The scene made the people of the Heavens Craftsman faction overjoyed. It's worthy of being the #1 puppet that can transform. The eldest senior brother exclaimed in admiration. The puppet that was smashed by the woman of the great Oriental family was far less powerful than this one. The unexpected subduing of the yard master had resolved the crisis. "Ah, I won't spare you." The yard master struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free from the chain. The youngest granddaughter's face fell when she saw that. She yelled anxiously, "Let go of Grandma!" She dashed over immediately to rescue the bound yard master. The eldest senior brother sneered, "You're courting death." Swoosh! Another part of the broken pieces condensed into a new chain. With the All Creations' mighty force, it bombarded the youngest granddaughter. Puff! An arrow of emerald green blood shot out from her mouth. Her body was smashed into pieces by the mighty force. Her entire body was torn apart. However, she wasn't human after all. She didn't die, but was severely injured. "Whoever dares to come near, I'll kill them without mercy." The eldest senior brother reached out, and the chain fell into his palm. With a twitch, a large area of the void shattered. The strong wood demons who came to rescue retreated in horror, none of them daring to come forward. "I heard that if we capture the yardmaster, we'll get an additional sublimation at the last moment. I wonder if the rumor is true." The eldest senior brother walked over with a smile. He looked the yard master up and down excitedly. He didn't have any confidence in capturing the yard master. Every yard master was a living creature, personally cultivated by the glittering jewel mortal fairy. They were different from ordinary living creatures, and it was highly possible that they possessed some unknown magical powers. For some unknown reason, the yard master of the garden had been captured before she could display her special abilities. It didn't seem to match the rumor. However, the rumor about capturing the yard master had been circulating for a long time. It was said that once the 5 yard masters were gathered, it was highly possible that the unknown 6th yard that had never appeared would be opened. That was the legendary 6th yard. It was said that it was the ultimate legacy left by the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Unfortunately, since the beginning of time, there were only a few who had survived the 5 natural disasters, let alone capturing the 5 yard masters. How could they even talk about opening the 6th yard? "I can agree if you want to pass through the teleportation portal, but please don't hurt the living creatures in the garden," the yard master said as she gradually stopped struggling. The corners of the eldest senior brother's mouth curled up. "Do you think that you still have bargaining chips? I heard that in the city of the garden, there's the honey of 100 flowers brewed by the Daffodil King for 10,000 years. It has the magical effect of refreshing the mind and improving one's perception. 1 drop can increase one's perception 10-fold in a short time. For those who have bottlenecks in the comprehension of cultivation methods, it's no different from a divine elixir. Yard master, please hand it over one by one. You have 9 granddaughters. Hand over 100 drops, and I'll let one go. If you can't, don't blame me for being merciless." A ferocious look appeared on the eldest senior brother's face. Chapter 998. Trial takers, there must be a reason for us fairy realm creatures to exist. Why do you have to kill us all? The yard master spoke in human language. Her tone was calm, and her expression was calm. She was filled with a noble temperament. She was the complete opposite of the ignorant young girl. The shadow of the daffodil floating above her head had disappeared at some point. Sensing the change in the yard master, Everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable uneasiness, as if something would happen next. The eldest senior brother frowned slightly and said, "Survival of the fittest. You fairy realm creatures have caused many human tribe heroes to sleep here. Today is just a reincarnation. Each generation of human tribe experts is stronger than the last. Now it's your turn to decline." Throughout the ages, the continent had prospered, with each generation surpassing the last. The geniuses of JoJo in the past were incomparable to the heavens' favorites of JoJo today. If you say so, I can't do anything about it. But I'm warning you. Let me go immediately while you still have one day. The disaster of flowers would arrive one day later. The terror of the disaster of flowers was enough to cause 20% of the trial takers to stay forever. I hate threats the most. The eldest senior brother said indifferently. The shard chain in his right hand twitched again. Suddenly, the shattered body of the youngest granddaughter turned into ashes under the chain. A ripple of a soul disappearing from the world surged in all directions. "You have 8 more chances," the eldest senior brother said. He had subdued the yard master and held the all creation's weapon shard in his hand. No one in the city was a match for him. He could kill anyone with a single thought. The yard master's pupils shrank, and sorrow flashed across her eyes. Even though she had a long lifespan and was indifferent to the chaos of the world, she still couldn't get rid of the shackles of blood. "All right, I'll grant you all your wishes." The yard master's eyes were filled with indifference. Flowers of various colors suddenly began to bloom on the top of the yard master's head. The shadow kept changing, and it was overwhelming. "Oh my God, petals are falling from the sky." A petal suddenly fell on the tip of a girl's nose. She looked up subconsciously and screamed. Hearing that, the crowd raised their heads to look, and all of them were shocked. Petals of various colors were falling from the sky, radiating from the city of flowers to the outside of the city and the entire fairy realm. On a distant hill, a lovely and bright girl riding a flaming phoenix giggled with swirls at the corner of her mouth. "They have failed. The disaster of flowers has come early. I'd better look for the next target." Whoosh! The flaming phoenix let out a sharp screech, shattering the void with the sound waves, tearing through the void and leaving. All the challengers in the immortal realm noticed the flower petals falling from the sky. Most people were curious and confused. Only a few people knew that it was a disaster of flowers. Eldest senior brother was stunned. His expression changed drastically. "Disaster of flowers! How could this be? The 5 great catastrophes occur once every 7 days, and this has never changed. Why would the disaster of the flowers be brought forward by a day? What, is it the disaster of flowers?" The disciples of the Heavens Craftsman faction who learned the truth cried out in shock. "Ah, my nose!" Suddenly, the woman who discovered the petals at the tip of her nose screamed. Her nose suddenly went numb. Looking closely, her nose actually had wood veins. In the blink of an eye, her exquisite nose had turned into wood. Not only that, from the tip of her nose, the wood texture spread to her entire face. When she finished screaming, her entire face had turned into wood. Then the neck, the buttocks, the limbs. My body. The woman opened her mouth with great difficulty. It was difficult for her to complete a sentence, because her body had also begun to turn into wood. Creak! Before long, her whole body was fixed on the spot. Her snow-white skin turned coarse and dark gray. She was motionless like a tree stump. She no longer looked like a human. To be precise, she was no longer a human, but a wooden sculpture. "Ah, senior brother, save me. I've also been touched by the petals." A male disciple screamed. Like the woman, the male disciple quickly turned into wood in a short time and became a wooden sculpture. The disaster of flowers was a shower of heavenly flowers. Once the challengers touched it, they would turn into wooden sculptures in a short time, their vitality and soul destroyed. No cultivation, even in all creation's old monster, could withstand the power of the disaster flowers with transformation, because it was left behind by the glittering jewel mortal fairy. As the yard master, the Daffodil King had never shown his ability to control the disaster flowers. In the other yards, the natural disasters were launched according to time, and the yard masters couldn't control them. Only the garden master could control the time and intensity of the natural disasters. "All of you, stay here," the garden master said indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, the heavenly flowers grew denser and denser. All of a sudden, the JoJo geniuses of the glittering jewel wonderland were faced with a disaster. One by one, the all-powerful geniuses of the continent were turned into wooden sculptures amidst their indignant and angry roars, their souls destroyed. Those who were decisive and ruthless cut off the spots where the petals touched and barely escaped the disaster. Only a few top-notch experts fought against the disaster of flowers with their magical powers. The eldest senior brother's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Stop now, or I'll kill you." The yard master said calmly, "Once the disaster of flowers begins, no one can stop it." She could start the disaster of flowers, but she couldn't stop it. No matter how much the people of the Heavens Craftsman faction hated her, they couldn't continue to capture her other 8 granddaughters. Her action was actually to save them. Then activate the teleportation portal immediately. The eldest senior brother shouted sternly. The only way to minimize casualties was to use the teleportation portal to teleport to the area where the disaster of flowers was the weakest. However, the yard master still looked indifferent. "I refuse." "Then I'll kill you." The eldest senior brother's killing intent soared. Seeing the disciples of the Heavens Craftsman faction being turned into wooden sculptures with nowhere to hide, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. The yard master said placidly, "I've lived for eternity and my lifespan is endless. But what's the point of being trapped in the glittering jewel wonderland? Therefore, I sealed my consciousness and appeared in the world as a young girl. Killing me is just a way to free me. You'll just set me free. The garden won't perish because of my death. After my death, a new yard master will be born automatically." Her words were filled with desolation, indifference, and helplessness, which infected people's hearts. The eldest senior brother was infuriated. Both of his plans had failed. "Fine, I'll grant you your wish," the eldest senior brother bellowed. The shackles that bound the yard master tightened abruptly, intending to strangle her to death. However, right at that moment, an unprecedentedly powerful wine-red ripple light erupted around the yard master. The ripple was full of space energy, which engulfed the yard master in an instant. Space transportation? The eldest senior brother's expression changed, and his eyes shot back abruptly. Beside Suyu, who no one cared about, the red light spread, and the figure of the yard master appeared. Suyu grasped the yard master's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Eldest senior brother, since the disaster of flowers can't be stopped, what's the point of killing one more person?" The eldest senior brother's pupils constricted fiercely. "Space talent? You have an ancient spiritual body with space attributes?" There was only one explanation for being able to manipulate space energy without reaching the realm of all creations. An ancient spiritual body with space attributes. Suyu ignored him. Staring at the yard master, he said, "Activate the transportation portal and leave with me." The yard master cast an indifferent glance at Suyu and withdrew her gaze expressionlessly. She didn't resist, as if she had accepted her fate. To her, dying in the hands of Suyu and the eldest senior brother made no difference. "Don't waste your time." In her eyes, "What's the difference between you and us?" Yu Liang said with murderous intent as he dodged the falling pebbles and circled to Suyu's back. The eldest senior brother berated, "Su Yuxian, hand her over at once." Obviously, he didn't intend to kill the yard master. Capturing a yard master would give him the honey of 100 flowers and a chance to open the mysterious 6th yard. Did he have any reason to kill her? Just now, he was merely threatening her to activate the transportation portal. How could he really kill her? Suyu ignored him and said leisurely, "Yard master, have you ever thought of leaving the flower yard and reaching the outside world one day?" The yard master's eyes were dim, and a mocking smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "You are already the 10th challenger who has said something similar to me. It's useless. The living creatures of the glittering jewel wonderland are restricted by the rules of the wonderland. They can't leave." Suyu said, "Is that so? I've never thought that anything in this world could really bind people." She closed her eyes slightly. Deep in the sky, an invisible giant hand suddenly cut through the firmament. In the perception of the eldest senior brother and the others, it was as if an extremely powerful will had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. However, in the eyes of the yard master, she clearly saw a majestic, black-haired, divine shadow flashing behind Suyu. His hand cut through the firmament. The glittering jewel wonderland shook and tottered as if it was about to be broken. "Pure divine decree, peak!" The yard master's pupils dilated continuously. Her indifferent expression vanished without a trace, and her heart, which had been silent for ages, was thumping loudly. The peak of pure divine decree was the realm that the glittering jewel mortal fairy had reached in the past. She had stopped at this step, unable to take another step forward. Suyu's pure divine decree had reached the level of the glittering jewel mortal fairy in the past, shaking the rules she had set up. What made her heart beat wildly was that she couldn't see through Suyu's divine path at all. It seemed to be extremely destructive, but she didn't know what it was. Suyu's divine decree could only be described in one word: defy. The peak pure divine decree could defy all restraints. The glittering jewel wonderland was a realm of its own, and it was a restraint to begin with. Unleashing the divine decree should be able to break this restraint. If there was a chance, he could break the rules of the glittering jewel mortal fairy and take the yard master away from the wonderland. Surprise flashed in Yu Liang's eyes, but he didn't realize what the change just now meant. "Eldest senior brother, let's strike together and kill Su Yuxian first, then snatch the yard master back and leave this place quickly," Yu Liang said. The eldest senior brother yelled, "Su Yuxian, you asked for it." In their opinion, the yard master would never agree to Su Yu's request to activate the transportation station. However, the moment they struck, an invisible silk thread flashed through Su Yu's sleeve. The shard chain trapping her was easily cut and broken. How is this possible? The eldest senior brother was shocked. Even a stage 2 all creations old monster might not be able to break the restraint. How did Suyu do it? I believe you've made your choice. Suyu kept his hands in his sleeves, not the slightest bit afraid that the yard master would attack him. The yard master nodded slightly. "Of course I know." She glanced at the eldest senior brother, Yu Liang, and the rest of the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction who were charging at her. The All Creation's mighty force was surging, and murderous aura surged in all directions with sweeping momentum. In an instant, the faces of the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction darkened. They had killed her granddaughter with their own hands. Now that they were free, how could they let the matter rest? "All of you must die." Once the yard master was free, her murderous aura surged. Without turning her head, she flicked her fingers behind her. All of a sudden, the All Creation's mighty force broke through the void and swept in all directions. "Everyone get into formation." The eldest senior brother's heart was thumping wildly. He bellowed and took out a green puppet first. The puppet spun and stood in front of him. The rest of the people took out similar puppets, one after another. When the All Creation's mighty force swept across, all the puppets were shattered and turned into dust. Puff! The people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, including the eldest senior brother and Yu Liang, were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Substitution puppet? The yardmaster's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. This attack had instinctively killed all of them on the spot, leaving none alive. The Heaven's Craftsman faction had put in a lot of effort to help more of their disciples obtain sublimations. However, in the face of the absolute power of the all creation's old monsters, it could only delay their deaths. Eldest senior brother, we can't wait any longer. Hurry up and ask the Grandmaster for help. Yu Liang wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and yelled anxiously. The eldest senior brother gritted his teeth. Now that the survival of the Heaven's Craftsman faction was at stake, they had no choice but to give it a try. We respectfully request the Supreme Heavenly Bull. The eldest senior brother took out a broken bronze bull and tossed it high into the sky. Waves of mighty, unparalleled power surged out from the inside of the bronze bull. The power caused the sky to tremble as if it was about to be torn apart by the force. Su Yu's pupils constricted fiercely. The mortal fairy's strength. The mysterious bronze bull was bursting with the mortal fairy's strength. Moreover, Su Yu's keen perception detected that a wisp of weak but very powerful consciousness was awakening inside the bronze bull. Let's go, Su Yu said hurriedly. He vaguely remembered that the Grandmaster who founded the Heaven's Craftsman faction wasn't a human, but a green bull. When the Heaven's Craftsman faction developed and became the overlord of the Heavenly Knife region, the green bull suddenly left, leaving behind a bronze bull imprinted with his image. Once activated, it could be summoned. This was something that happened 6,000 years ago. When he first read about it in the ancient books, he thought it was an absurd and bizarre legend. He didn't expect it to be true. The bronze bull gave Su Yu a sense of extreme danger. Without Su Yu's urging, the yard master also sensed the crisis. A daffodil appeared on the top of her head, and several crystal drops of liquid flew out and sprinkled on the stationary formation. All of a sudden, the seal was unlocked, and the formation was operating rapidly. The yard master grasped Su Yu's arm and teleported him to the transportation formation. The eldest senior brother was annoyed. Don't let them escape. Even the revered Lord Green Bull had used his last resort. If he still couldn't save everyone from the disaster of flowers, the Heaven's Craftsman faction would be doomed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The formation was activated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu and the yardmaster were sucked into the space transportation. When the powerful consciousness inside the dilapidated bronze bull was fully awake, Su Yu and the yardmaster were nowhere to be seen. The eldest senior brother gritted his teeth in hatred. Su Yuxian. Originally, everything was going smoothly. However, Su Yuxian had caused all of his plans to fall through. In the end, he had persuaded the yard master by some unknown means and lured her away. As for the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, what awaited them was a disaster of flowers that would last for a whole day. When the disaster of flowers was over, no more than 5 of them would survive. Revered Lord Greenbull, please save us. The eldest senior brother clenched his fists and knelt on the ground. A soft green light was emitted from the dilapidated bronze bull, enveloping all the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction. Surprisingly, the petals falling from the sky couldn't penetrate the green light. Seeing that, the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction were overjoyed. Within a few breaths, 5 of them had perished in the disaster of flowers. Now, with the protection of the young man, they were safe from the disaster. However, they couldn't be happy for too long, because they had planned to use the revered Lord Greenbull during the second disaster to increase everyone's chances of getting sublimations. Now, they were using it to save their lives. Revered Lord Greenbull, please help us. After the joy, all the people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction were furious. Su Yuxian had ruined their faction's great plan. The revered Lord Greenbull could only use it once. Since he had used it, he would destroy Su Yuxian as well. Who is he? An ethereal voice slowly sounded out from within the bronze bull's body. The people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction knelt on the ground as if they were gods. Revered Lord, he claims to be a disciple of the supreme heavenly demon faction, Su Yuxian. Su Yuxian of the supreme heavenly demon faction. I got it. The dilapidated bronze bull's whole body was filled with green light. Suyu, who was in the middle of the transportation, shuddered violently. Somehow, a great crisis seemed to envelop him. This feeling was very similar to when he was besieged by the 5 Golden Light Guards. Chapter 999. The disaster of flowers had not yet fully begun, but they had already encountered an inexplicable crisis. The people of the Heaven's Craftsman faction must have used some means, Suyu thought to himself. Judging from the behavior and conduct of the Heaven's Craftsman faction students, Suyu found it hard to believe that the Heaven's Craftsman faction still had any lingering feelings for the blessed and heavenly lands. It was just that the blessed and heavenly lands had not yet declined to a certain extent, which made them wary. The reconciliation between the two sides was only superficial. Having experienced great storms, crises were now a common occurrence for Suyu. It was worth paying attention to, but not all. Swoosh! As he pondered, Suyu felt a sense of stability on his feet after a moment of dizziness. He opened his eyes and looked around, only to find himself in the middle of a forest. Strange trees with dark trunks and crimson leaves clustered together to form a boundless forest. Looking at the forest, Suyu was shocked to find that every tree had a book of different colors. Leaping lightly, Suyu flew to the nearest tree and reached out to grab a book. He thought it was a book hanging on the tree, but when he touched it, he found that the book was growing on the branch. Flipping open the book, lines of words appeared before his eyes. Huang Zhe male, 23 years old, entered the path at 10, stepped into the fairy at 13, stepped into the Almighty at 16, and reached the later stage of the Almighty at 20. Cultivated the roar of the Thunder Lion. Apprenticed to the Heavenly Knife region. Died in 1730 AD of Juzhou. His life is as follows. The following introduction was magnificent. From Huang Zhe's perspective, he described every little detail of his life. Even the hemorrhoids on his buttocks were recorded in detail. As he read, Suyu had a strange feeling in his heart, and he was not used to it. It felt like he was reading about himself. Suyu flipped left and right until the end. 1730 AD, died in the hands of Mo Tianxian of the Red Blood Palace while fighting for the Starry Sky Genius, Mo Jidao's Book of Life. When he read the last paragraph, Suyu could not help but be surprised to find written records about Mo Tianxian here. It was 1730 AD, which was almost exactly 300 years ago. Mo Tianxian happened to be an influential figure of the generation 300 years ago. At that time, she had also participated in the glittering Jewel Wonderland and killed a disciple of the Heaven's Craftsman faction named Huang Zhe. The reason was that they were fighting over a book of life called Mo Jidao. What is the Book of Life? Suyu asked the flower yardmaster, who was standing under the tree. She, who had also been teleported over, appeared to be extremely quiet. She waited under the tree and did not approach, as if she had some sort of resistance towards the tree. A tinge of melancholy appeared in the yardmaster's indifferent eyes. Isn't the Book of Life in your hand? Suyu put down the book, subconsciously. The book fell to the ground and burned in the air. The pitch-black tree also started to burn. In an instant, the book and the tree turned into a cloud of pitch-black dust. The dust did not seem like ashes, but more like bone powder that had been eroded by the wind. Those who die in the book garden, after they die, their bodies will turn into dark, giant trees, and their souls will turn into a book. The book contains the life experiences of the deceased. Just now, you should have seen the life history of a deceased person. Hearing this, Suyu felt relieved. No wonder the narrative angle in the book was so strange. Suyu sighed silently as he gazed at the bone dust under his feet. A late-stage almighty in his 20s was considered a rare talent in the world. now that he was buried in the glittering jewel wonderland and his life was publicly displayed. How sad was that? Suyu rolled up his sleeves and shot out a mass of vital energy. He dug a small pit and buried the remaining bone dust in it. Seeing this, the yard master said, "Take care of yourself. Don't die here." Suyu nodded. He did not want his life to be hung on a tree for outsiders to watch, no matter how big or small. "Yard master, are you familiar with the book garden? Can you give me some hints?" Suyu looked over and asked. He had rescued the yard master, firstly out of sympathy, and secondly he hoped to get the yard master's help, such as her familiarity with the glittering jewel wonderland. "The book garden is not dangerous compared to the flower garden," the yard master said briefly, "as long as you are wary of the disaster of books and the challengers. You will be safe." Suyu was speechless. She might as well not say anything at all. As if she knew what Suyu was thinking, the yard master said, "I have never left the flower garden for half a step in my life. What I know is from the oral accounts of the challengers who have passed by. That's what they said." Suddenly the yard master added, "Oh, I remember now. They also said that the deeper you go into the book garden, the more dangerous it gets. Because the closer you are to the depths of the book garden, the stronger the trees were when they were alive." Suyu's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze over the densely packed forest. Not only had Suyu seen Huang Zhe's life history from his book of life, but he had also clearly seen his cultivation methods. The roar of the thunder lion that Huang Zhe had cultivated not only recorded the training method, but also the entire process of his training, even the thoughts he had comprehended, were recorded in detail. If the future generations were to refer to his book of life, they would be able to master all of his techniques in a short time. Anyone would be tempted. It could be said that this was almost a fateful encounter. Many of the strong men who had fallen in the past were the proud geniuses of the continent. How shocking were the techniques they had cultivated. In an instant, Suyu was also tempted. However, he didn't know how many experts were in the book garden now, and the danger of the central area was uncertain. Right, I remember now. They also said that the height of the trees can determine the distance from the central area. 100 feet of trees is the outermost area, 200 feet is the middle area, 300 feet is the inner area, and more than 400 feet is the central area. Suyu looked at the trees that were 1,000 feet tall in front of him, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. "Is there anything else that you haven't remembered?" He had been transported to the central area of the central area. No wonder he was a genius who had reached the level of a late-stage almighty at the age of 20 just by flipping through a random book. The yard master's pretty face was flushed. She said, "Ahem, I remember again. It's different from the book garden. After entering the book garden, if you don't open any book, the disaster of books won't affect you at all. The disaster of books only targets challengers who have read the books." At this moment, Sue, you only had one thing to say, 6 words. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was too late to say anything now. The disaster of flowers wasn't over yet, but the disaster of books was right around the corner. Ahem, this place belongs to the book garden. As the flower yard master, I can't stay here for long. Do you have any way to shelter me? The flower yard master asked. She wholeheartedly wanted to follow Suyu and leave the glittering jewel wonderland. At this moment, even if Suyu drove her away, she might not be willing to leave. Suyu asked, "Can an ordinary storage space be used?" Upon hearing that, the yard master glared at him. "What do you think?" A storage space couldn't accommodate living things because of the lack of life elements. Even an all-creation's old monster couldn't survive for too long. Suyu pondered seriously for a moment. There was only one space suitable for the yard master. "Fine, I happen to have some things that need to be arranged," Suyu said. He looked around and saw a sunken basin in the distance. Then he went there in a flash. The basin was surrounded by giant trees, and the shade of the trees was dense. Looking from above, it was difficult to see the bottom of the basin. This place was located in the center of the book garden. Naturally, it was a dangerous area, but it was also a relatively safe area for hiding. Hiding at the bottom, Su Yu's arm flashed, and a mass of suspended spiritual light appeared. Gazing at the yard master meaningfully, Su Yu said, "I hope you won't get too excited, and I hope you won't do anything out of line." The yard master's eyes flickered slightly, and she said in surprise, "A treasure that can create a space of its own? This was made by the mortal fairy." Creating a space was the unique ability of a mortal fairy. Filled with curiosity, the yard master's whole body glowed with fluorescent light. She turned into a daffodil, integrated into the brilliant emerald light, and entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. The moment she entered, the yard master exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't right. What a rich spiritual energy of the world. Ordinary mortal fairies can't create such a space." When her gaze landed on a golden nursery beside the yard, she was startled at first. Then, as if she had thought of something, she took a few steps closer. Her face changed drastically, and her whole body trembled. Supreme growing soil? No, it can't be. How could there be so many of them? Supreme growing soil is hard to find in the world, but there's a whole nursery here? Am I dreaming? After being stunned for a while, the yard master had an impulse to pounce on it and transplant herself into it. Supreme growing soil had incredible effects on the growth of plants. Even as the yard master, she couldn't resist the temptation. However, Su Yu's warning appeared in her mind. She forced herself to hold it in. Biting her lip, she said with a ruddy face, "Can you let me cultivate in it for a few days and have a taste of the supreme growing soil?" She had taken the initiative to plead with the challenger. As one of the 5-yard masters of the glittering jewel wonderland, her status was undoubtedly as transcendent as that of the examiners to the challengers. To plead with the challenger, she had to lower her pride. Moreover, in her opinion, even if she begged, the other party might not agree. Supreme growing soil was a holy object that all plant creatures yearned for. It was impossible for the challenger not to understand the reason. However, just as she was feeling perturbed, Su Yu said, "As you wish." After years of observation and practice, the spirituality of the supreme growing soil wouldn't weaken just because it had been cultivated with plants. Su Yu was very sure of that. It was just sitting there. If the yard master wanted to use it, so be it. As for whether he was worried about the yard master revealing the existence of the supreme growing soil, since Su Yu had let her in, he must have made preparations. Su Yu was confident that he could erase her memory or keep her here forever. Really? The yard master was moved. Su Yu did not speak. He came before the nursery, took out a handful of crystal-colored seeds, and buried them in the supreme growing soil. These were the seeds of the grass of crystallization taken from the body of the eldest senior brother of the Heavens craftsman faction. They originated from the mysterious great Oriental family. Once they came into contact with blood, they would explode madly and crystallize. When used in times of need, they would have unexpected uses. Although there were only hundreds of seeds, with the cultivation speed of the supreme growing soil and the short lifespan of the grass of crystallization, thousands of seeds of the grass of crystallization could be obtained in a short period of time. If given more time, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of seeds would not be a problem. Looking at Su Yu's back, the yard master could not hide her excitement. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I don't have anything valuable on me, except for my honey of 100 flowers." The yard master's entire body was glowing. From the center of the stamen, 3 drops of orange-yellow liquid dripped, giving off a strong fragrance. After taking a light sniff, her mind was suddenly clear, and she felt extremely comfortable. This is the essence of my original life. For living creatures, it has the ability to awaken spiritual intelligence and enhance perception. 3 drops is the limit that I can take out. Consider it as compensation for borrowing the supreme growing soil. Suyu did not stand on ceremony. With a roll of his big sleeves, the 3 drops of liquid landed in his palm. His eyes were filled with joy. The essence of plants and trees were all treasures. Inmu's meditation under the tree and the fountain of life were both rare treasures in the world. The honey of 100 flowers before him must also be a rare treasure. "All right, help yourself," Suyu said, ignoring the yardmaster. His figure flashed and appeared near Shenge. She was holding a golden leaf in her hand, training quietly with her eyes closed. What was surprising was that she was only a 3rd-grade fairy the last time, but now her cultivation had reached the level of a 9th-grade almighty. The difference in cultivation before and after was like heaven and earth. Even Suyu was taken aback. Even if she could continuously absorb energy to improve her cultivation without any hindrance, had she not even passed the ordeal of the Almighty? Swoosh! Shingo opened her eyes. A pair of gray gleams flashed in the depths of her pupils, emitting a corrosive energy. "Sir." Shingo stood up. Even though her cultivation had improved tremendously, her reverence had not changed. She returned the golden leaf with both hands. Suyu retrieved the leaf. With a cursory glance, he found that the mortal fairy strength within had been refined by 20%. Just 20% was enough to make a 9th-grade almighty. The strength of the mortal fairy's strength was far beyond imagination. "The progress of your cultivation is far beyond my imagination," Suyu exclaimed. He had thought that she might be of some use when she reached the 9th-grade fairy level. But to his surprise, she had reached the level of a 9th-grade almighty. Even Suyu had to use some tricks to suppress her. Xingji's beautiful eyes were filled with elation. "It's all thanks to the master's grace." She had never thought that she would reach such a terrifying level one day. A 9th-grade almighty, only one step away from becoming a ghost general. "It's because of your unique constitution that you can accommodate such enormous energy and the fact that you didn't have to face the ordeal of the ordeal," Suyu said, shaking his head slightly. Shingo frowned. Didn't Master resolve the ordeal of the ordeal for me? Where did that come from?" Suyu asked curiously. Shingu said, "When I broke through to the fairy level, I encountered the ordeal of the ordeal. Therefore, I don't have a unique constitution that is immune to the ordeal of the ordeal. A few days ago, when I broke through to the Almighty, I clearly felt that the ordeal of the ordeal was coming, but it disappeared inexplicably. Didn't Master resolve the ordeal of the Almighty? The ordeal of the ordeal couldn't descend in space. It would only appear in the outside world." The only reason she could think of was that Suyu had resolved it. Suyu had a thoughtful look on his face. He said, "When you're done with your training, come out with me." With a flash of azure light, Suyu's soul returned to his body. At the same time, Shangul left the 9 jade spiritual pearl and arrived in the outside world. "Stand guard for me," Suyu said, immediately sitting down with his legs crossed. Shingo nodded obediently. Her bright eyes shone brightly as she surveyed her surroundings vigilantly. She didn't have the slightest intention of being reborn and running away. After such a long period of contact, looking back on the past, she only felt that she had been muddle-headed in the past. If she had to describe it, she could only say that she was clueless about being in a treasure trove of gold and silver. She didn't rely on Suyu, a nature-defying genius who had so much potential and so many precious treasures. Instead, she tried to betray him several times. How could she be described as someone who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai? She had easily trained to the 9th grade Almighty. This was something that outsiders couldn't even imagine in the past. Now, even if she had to be banished, she would beg Suyu to stay. At that moment, Suyu had already communicated with Yun Yazi. "Master, what's going on? One of my imprints broke through to the Almighty, but didn't go through the ordeal of the ordeal. Such a huge thing has happened, and yet I'm completely unaware. Could it be that Master has intervened and erased the ordeal?" That was the only thing Suyu could think of. A strand of hair on the top of Suyu's head swayed slightly. It transformed into a figure that appeared beside Suyu, staring at Shinga. Shinga didn't notice it at all. She merely glanced in the direction beside Suyu in surprise. Yunyazi observed for a moment, his expression turning serious. It wasn't me who intervened. The reason lies with you. Suyu was shocked. Disciple? But I don't even have confidence in my own ordeal of the Almighty. How could I help her resolve it? Chapter 1000. Hearing that, Suyu said, Master, please explain. Yunyazi said, There are strong and weak ordeals. Your 39 ordeals were too powerful, causing the little devil's ordeal to dissipate on its own. It was not that someone had resolved Shinga's ordeal, but that it had dissipated on its own. Master, will this affect me? Suyu had a bad feeling about this. There was a price to pay for Shinga's ordeal dissipating. Of course, her ordeal dissipated because of you. When you go through your ordeal in the future, it will fall on you as well. Yunyazi looked at Suyu, his brows deeply creased. Whether you could pass the 39 ordeals was already uncertain. Now that he was dealing with someone else's ordeal, the future was even more uncertain. Suyu was speechless. He could not even protect himself. Yet he was unknowingly dealing with someone else's ordeal. From now on, you must stay away from anyone who goes through ordeals. Otherwise, the ordeals of others will fall on you, Yunyazi warned. Suyu agreed. However, with so many dangers looming, Suyu was able to remain calm. Master, I will deal with the 39 ordeals with all my heart. Now, please help me modify the wooden bird. If the heavenly tribulation descended, the modified wooden bird might be of some help. Yunyazi took the wooden bird and said, All right, I will need about 7 days to refine it. This treasure requires a lot of mental energy from me, so I may not have the time to take care of you. Be careful in these 7 days. With that, Yunyazi turned into a strand of hair, twining around the wooden bird and disappearing above Suyu's head. Yes, master, Suyu said. His eyes flashed, and he took out 3 drops of orange-yellow liquid, the honey of 100 flowers, the essence of the garden master's life. Each drop could increase one's comprehension by nearly 10 times. To Suyu, this item was like a timely rain, coming just in time. Just as Suyu was about to study the method to consume the honey of 100 flowers, his face suddenly flashed with a hint of vigilance. He immediately flew up to a towering tree, holding his breath as he looked below. His transparent eyes pierced through the vegetation and rocks, seeing the situation hundreds of miles away. In the dense forest, several shadows streaked through the forest. There were about 2 groups of people. The first group was dressed in purple robes, their bodies emitting a faint purple vital energy. They were the challengers of the Purple Cloud Palace. As for the latter, their clothing was a mixture of different origins. At this moment, the latter was pursuing the former ferociously. Cultivators of the Purple Cloud Palace were constantly being killed. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was huge, forming a one-sided massacre. Purple Cloud Palace? Suyu observed calmly. He wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. The Purple Cloud Palace had nothing to do with him, so there was really no need for him to save them hastily. Moreover, with the precedent of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, Suyu was even more cautious. However, when his gaze swept over the cultivators of the Purple Cloud Palace who were fleeing, his eyes were attracted by a beautiful figure in a jade-green gown. His breathing stopped. Lu Chui. Among the fleeing experts of the Purple Cloud Palace, there was a green, leaf-like color on her purple robes. She had a tranquil and natural face, gentle and dignified. Even though she was fleeing for her life, it was difficult to conceal her elegant and calm temperament. At this moment, there were many bloody scars on her body. A faint light gathered in her pretty eyes. She gathered her genuine chi and led the cultivators of the Purple Cloud Palace to flee in the forest. Senior Sister Lu, it's too late. We can't reach the area where Senior Brother Gu is, A thin male disciple with a sharp chin said. Lu Chui didn't look back. She was determined on the direction. Don't look back. No one can save us except Senior Brother Gu. In the hearts of her and the strong men of the Purple Cloud Palace, Gu Taishu was their only and strongest support. This was a belief that came from the bottom of their hearts, and Lu Chui was no exception. The man with a sharp chin hesitated for a moment and said, Junior Sister Lu, maybe Senior Brother Gu doesn't want us to rush there. We'd better think of another way. Hearing this, Lu Chui's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. The challengers of the Purple Cloud Palace were all gathered in one place, but one person was absent. Gu Taishu. He could clearly sense their direction, but he was gradually moving further away, running in the opposite direction from them. There were rumors among the challengers who had encountered Gu Taishu that he was with the chief disciple of the heavenly demon faction, Zhong Shinxiu. Zhong Shinxiu was the most dazzling starry sky genius in the extreme north and one of the 4 great starry sky geniuses of Jiuzhou. Her brilliance overshadowed the heaven rulers of the continent. Gu Taishu, the #1 heaven ruler of the blessed and heavenly lands, was like a firefly in front of her. There was no comparison between the two. Moreover, Zhong Shinxiu was known as the #1 beauty of the demon faction and was known as the fairy demoness. A few years ago, the supreme heavenly demon faction had sent out invitations to all the heroes in the world to find a good spouse for Zhong Shinxiu. Gu Taishu had participated. Now that he had entered the glittering jewel wonderland, he had abandoned the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace and met up with Zhong Shinxiu thousands of miles away. The meaning behind this was thought-provoking. The feelings of the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace could be imagined. The one who was the most upset was Lu Chui. This was because Lu Chui was Gu Taishu's fiancée. Although it was not uncommon for a strong man to marry several beauties in the Jiuzhou continent, it was not a good feeling for a talented girl like Lu Chui. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Taishu is not what you think. Lu Chui turned around and glared at the sharp-chinned man. Her eyes were sharp, and the latter was so frightened that he shut his mouth. Lu Chui hid the strange expression on her face and said seriously, Don't be discouraged. According to my senses, we should be less than half a day's journey from Brother Taishu. As long as we persist in meeting him with Brother Taishu's power, the heavenly knife region will collapse. They had encountered a strong enemy in the book garden, the heavenly knife region. Moreover, it was a gathering of many genius strong men of the heavenly knife region. The disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace were accidentally transported to the deepest part of the book garden and took the initiative to pluck the most precious book of life. This book was closely related. It was a divine book that the palace master of the Purple Cloud Palace had specifically asked them to bring back. There were tens of millions of books of life in the book garden, but none of them could be compared to this book. Even for the Purple Cloud Palace, the value of all the books in the book garden was less than this book. Therefore, this was a book of life that recorded the life of the former starry sky genius of the continent, Mo Ji Dao. Throughout the ages, he was the first divine path genius to reach the peak of the pure divine decree and touch the void transformation divine decree. He had been a legend all his life. He was born without limbs, blind, deaf, and mute. He was almost a cripple. However, his comprehension was superb and could be called a miracle. With his only 5 senses and touch, he comprehended the divine path of heaven and earth. At the age of 100, he touched the threshold of the void transformation divine decree. With the amazing creation of the divine path, he defeated all the strong men of the world and became the leader of the starry sky geniuses. Even the 9 great prefectures' kings at that time had to be in awe of this mortal man. Unfortunately, he was a mortal after all. 100 years was the end of his life. After participating in the glittering jewel wonderland, he passed away. For thousands of years, everyone had been looking for Mo Ji Dao's remains. The garden, the book garden, the martial garden, the beast garden, and the cemetery had been searched everywhere. It was not until 100 years ago that Mo Tianxian and the others found a clue. Mo Jidao might have passed away in the book garden. Throughout the ages, he was the first starry sky genius to reach the peak of the pure divine decree. Even the 9 prefectures' kings could learn from his path on the path of the divine Tao. It also had an extraordinary impact on the all-creation strongmen. For Lu Qi, this book was left for Gu Taishu, the genius who had also comprehended the pure divine decree to its peak. Throughout the ages, there was only one other person besides Mo Jidao. The significance of this book to Gu Taishu was evident. Lu Qi was eager to personally deliver this book to Gu Taishu. Her wish was very, very urgent. Now, she would rather sacrifice herself than let the most magnificent man in her heart have no fate with this book. However, the situation was very critical. The Heavenly Knife region had accomplished everything in one go. Even the number 1 heaven ruler of the Heavenly Knife region, Bai Lingtian, was in pursuit. This was why the Purple Cloud Palace had been retreating in defeat and suffered a one-sided massacre. If it was an ordinary strong man, Lu Qi could rely on her cultivation to fight a 9th-grade almighty. She would not be afraid of the heaven ruler of the Heavenly Knife region. However, among the 9th-grade almighty of the Heavenly Knife region, there was a transcendent existence, the ancient spiritual body by Ling Tian. It was rumored that he had never been defeated in the Heavenly Knife region. He had even fought with the Heavenly Knife region master and could last 10 moves without being at a disadvantage. There was only one person in the blessed and heavenly lands who could compete with such amazing combat power. Gu Taishu, such an absolutely crushing, invincible strongman, had caused the Purple Cloud Palace to flee in large numbers. To be precise, it was thanks to Bai Lingtian that they were able to escape. The book that Mo Jidao had transformed into was the only divine book that had condensed 2 books of life. Both books recorded Mo Jidao's lifetime comprehension of the divine path. They were divided into the Book of Yang and the Book of Yin, each recording Mo Jidao's 2 completely different divine paths. Lu Qi had only picked the Book of Yang, but Bai Lingtian had taken the Book of Yin. He had stayed to comprehend the Book of Yin on the spot, giving Lu Qi and the others the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, if Bai Lingtian had attacked, none of them would have been able to walk out of the core area. Even so, they still suffered heavy casualties. Although Bai Lingtian had not attacked, the number 2 heaven ruler of the Heavenly Knife region, Qian Feng, had led a team to hunt them down. Qian Feng's combat power was equally terrifying. It was rumored that apart from Bai Lingtian, he had almost never been defeated in the Heavenly Knife region. There was also a rumor that Qian Feng's power was actually comparable to Gu Taishu's. Not to mention that, apart from the vanguard, there were several 8th-grade, almighty top-notch heaven rulers, each stronger and more terrifying than the last. If the Purple Cloud Palace joined forces with the Red Blood Palace, they might be able to contend with the heaven rulers of the Heavenly Knife region. It would be difficult to rely on the Purple Cloud Palace alone. Lu Qi, do you think you can escape? Qian Feng had short silver hair and a pair of peach blossom eyes. His face was rosy, and his gaze was fixed on Lu Qi's beautiful figure in the distance. Wisps of strange light rippled in his eyes. Sizzle! He took out a white jade shield, which emitted a spiritual pressure that pierced through the clouds. As soon as it appeared, the spiritual energy in the surroundings became turbulent and frantically gathered in the shield. Prison of heaven and earth. He raised his hand and tossed the shield up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. A large amount of fluorescent light sprayed out from the shield, and wisps of it fell down densely, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed, and she said, "Be careful, it's a fairy artifact fragment. Perform the escape technique immediately at all costs." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qi pointed a finger at her abdomen. The vital energy in her body flowed in reverse, and her whole body erupted with a sonic airflow. Her whole body almost pierced through the void, moving a large distance forward. Another 4 or 5 8th grade Almighty also used their techniques to escape from the light. The rest of the people from the Purple Cloud Palace were all trapped. Qianfeng didn't look disappointed. Or rather, it was exactly what he wanted. Don't worry about the challengers in the prison for now. Let's subdue Lu Qi and take the Book of Yang first. Qianfeng's gaze was still fixed on Lu Qi's beautiful figure, and he didn't look away. Wisps of anticipation ignited in the depths of his eyes. Yes. Behind him, 10 8th grade Almighty, more than 27th grade Almighty, and more than 56th grade Almighty formed a semicircle, gradually closing in on Lu Qi and the others. Lu Qi yelled, "Use the secret technique and escape at all costs." Swoosh! Several residual shadows pierced through the void. Lu Qi and the others identified Gu Taishu's direction and ran for their lives. Qianfeng stood still, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Continue to chase. Although the secret technique is miraculous, the burden on the body is far beyond imagination. We just need to lock on to the target and not lose him. 6 hours passed. After using the secret technique, Lu Qi and the others had escaped to many regions. The surrounding trees were very short, almost 100 feet tall. They had already reached the outermost area of the book garden. It wouldn't be long before they could meet up with Gu Taishu. However, using the secret technique continuously consumed a lot of their energy. Most of their vital energy had been used up, and their physical strength was exhausted. Lu Qi's body was drenched in sweat. Her chest was wet, and it clung tightly to her round and plump breasts. She was panting softly through her red lips. She was exhausted. Her eyes were full of solemnity because she hadn't succeeded in escaping from the other party's pursuit, even after using all her skills. Creak! Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the space. Lu Qi's pupils shrank slightly as the space silently split open, and several vortexes appeared. A large number of experts stepped out of the vortexes. The leader was the silver-haired Qianfeng, who had a faint smile on his face. Lu Qi was shocked. Space talent? No, it's some kind of space magic. Who opened the space for them? Was there an all-creation expert? The rules of the glittering jewel wonderland existed, and no all-creation expert was allowed to enter. The only explanation was that an expert had used space magic for them. The time is right. Capture them. Qianfeng smiled confidently as he stared at Lu Qi. His eyes lingered on her alluring body. A dozen 8th grade Almighty, more than 27th grade Almighty, and a large number of 6th grade Almighty quickly formed a circle, surrounding the exhausted Lu Qi and the others. Even if they didn't surround them, they had no way to escape. The person who decided their fate was not themselves, but Qianfeng. Lu Qi, hand over the Book of Yang. Seal your fetal crystal and follow me. If you do so, I'll let your people go. Otherwise, I'll kill them first, Qianfeng said, staring at Lu Qi. The fetal crystal was a part similar to the fairy's dantian. Once it was sealed, the vital energy would be blocked and the person would be like a mortal. Qianfeng also asked Lu Qi to follow him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Lu Qi. Don't even think about getting the book or the person. Lu Qi's heart tightened. She held the Book of Yang in her hand, and her remaining vital energy surrounded it. Once she exerted force, she could destroy the Book of Yang and kill herself. Qianfeng said calmly, "Is that so? I don't believe that you will destroy the Book of Yang. Don't you want to leave this book for Gu Taishu? What if he misses out on a great opportunity?" Hearing this, Lu Qi clenched her fists, as if her weakness had been poked. Indeed, she wouldn't destroy the book just for Gu Taishu. You can read this book and memorize its contents. As long as you satisfy me, you can tell Gu Taishu about it later. Qianfeng crossed his arms and stared at Lu Qi confidently, as if he had her in his grasp. Lu Qi, the #1 genius of the blessed and heavenly lands. Such a woman is worthy of me, Qianfeng. Qian Feng's eyes became more and more passionate, almost unscrupulous. "Aren't you in love with Gu Taishu? I'll give you a chance now. As long as you satisfy me and let me tame you, I'll let you bring the contents of the Book of Yang to him. Otherwise, Gu Taishu will lose the chance to obtain it." Chapter 1001. Everyone was waiting for Lu Chuyi's reply. In other words, everyone already knew Lu Chuyi's choice. They just wanted to give her time to say it. Everyone in the 9 prefectures knew that she was in love with Gu Taishu. Giving herself to Qian Feng in exchange for Gu Taishu obtaining the Book of Yang was an inevitable choice that Lu Chuyi would make. Purple Cloud Palace, perhaps you should try to persuade her. For the sake of Gu Taishu's future, and for the sake of your lives, it's better for her to make a decision as soon as possible. "My patience is limited," Qian Feng said confidently as he scrutinized the members of the Purple Cloud Palace. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace looked at each other and fell silent, persuading their beautiful senior apprentice sister to lower her head and allow others to do as they pleased made their hearts ache. But if they didn't do this, none of them would be able to escape the fate of death. They knew what to choose between the two. However, due to Gu Taishu's reputation, they were worried that he would vent his anger on them if he found out. Hence, it was not convenient for them to persuade him. But the silence of the people of the Purple Cloud Palace was also a form of oppression. Without support, it was equivalent to isolation. Finally, after a long moment of silence, the strange expression on Lu Chuyi's face disappeared. It was replaced by calmness as she stared at Qian Feng. She had to make a choice, the only choice. The corners of Qian Feng's mouth curled up as he stared at Lu Chuyi. It was as if he had already subdued this talented, beautiful, and virtuous woman. "I refuse." Only when this cold and firm refusal entered his ears did the arc on the corners of Qian Feng's mouth stiffen. Hearing the unexpected answer, the expressions of the people of the Purple Cloud Palace also changed, and they became nervous and uneasy. It was rumored that Lu Chuyi, who was loyal to Gu Taishu, would make such a choice. After a long while, the smile on Qian Feng's face disappeared, and a cold look covered his face. "Is this your affection for Gu Taishu? That's all there is to it." Lu Chuyi said calmly, "You don't have to sacrifice your innocence to help Brother Taishu. You can sacrifice your life too." His calm words were filled with sonorous power that shook people's hearts. Between chastity and her life, she chose to forsake the latter. She would rather preserve her life for Gu Taishu than destroy a single strand of her chastity. Gazing at Lu Chuyi's beautiful figure, even though he was her enemy, he still felt that it was an eyesore. Whoosh! Lu Chuyi took out a talisman treasure. The talisman treasure was deep purple in color and emitted a strange spiritual light. When the people from the Purple Cloud Palace saw this, their nervous faces immediately revealed looks of pleasant surprise. "It's senior brother Gu's ancient spiritual body treasure talisman." Senior brother Gu really dotes on junior sister Lu. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his ancient spiritual body to forge a talisman treasure. Lu Chuyi clenched her fists, and the talisman treasure shattered. Purple heavenly splendor shot out from it. Purple light filled the sky. Everywhere it enveloped, the vital energy of all living beings froze. Even Qian Feng felt as if the jinqi in his body had been frozen, unable to circulate even the slightest bit. Not good. It's Gu Taishu's ancient spiritual body magical power, the 9 transformations of the real spirit. Qian Feng's expression changed drastically. He had never expected that Gu Taishu would be willing to sacrifice the purity of his ancient spiritual body to refine an additional talisman treasure. Apart from Bai Ling Tian, no one from the younger generation of the Heavenly Knife region could break this treasure talisman. Unless he reached the Wanxiang level, the purple light only had a sealing effect on vital energy. The all creation's mighty force could not be sustained. The power of the real spirit 9 transformations was well known among the strong men of the Heavenly Knife region. How could they underestimate it? He immediately flew to the ground. While there was still some quintessence left in his body, he quickly descended so that he would not lose the ability to fly and fall from the sky. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace reacted quickly. Each of them took out a round magic treasure from their sleeves. The white jade light that shot out enveloped their bodies. The white jade light neutralized most of the purple light, so that they could still circulate a small part of their quintessence. Although it was not enough to kill all of them, it was more than enough to escape. All of you leave. Lu Chui raised the treasure talisman and said without turning her head. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace were overjoyed, but they were stunned. Senior Sister Lu, what about you? I can't leave. You go first, Lu Chui said. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace were shocked. Activating the treasure talisman required continuous infusion of vital energy. One person had to stay. Swoosh! Lu Chui flipped her sleeves, and a book emitting a white light floated in her palm. Take this book with you. Tell Brother Taishu that Chui has let him down. Lu Chui threw the Book of Yang out. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace were shocked. Lu Chui had chosen to stay. With her loyalty to Gu Taishu, she would not live in this world. When they escaped with the Book of Yang, Lu Chui would choose to commit suicide. What they did not understand was the meaning of Lu Chui's last apology. Had Lu Chui let Gu Taishu down? Time waited for no man, and the treasure talisman could not last long. The man with the pointy chin nodded and grabbed the Book of Yang. He looked at Lu Chui's back and said, "Okay, I will deliver your message." At this moment, the man with the pointy chin's tone suddenly changed, and a mocking sneer appeared on his lips. But not now. Bang! The man with the pointy chin suddenly did something unexpected. He hit Lu Chui's back with his palm. The huge palm force penetrated Lu Chui's chest, and her internal organs were severely injured. Lu Chui, who was holding the treasure talisman and fighting the enemy with all her might, could not guard against a counterattack from behind. With a painful groan, her body flew forward like a butterfly, and her blood stained the blue sky. Zhaoli, you betrayed us! The rest of the people of the Purple Cloud Palace were shocked and roared. It was not a secret that the Heavenly Knife region had planted their own disciples in the sects of the Blessed and Heavenly Lands, just like how the Blessed and Heavenly Lands had planted talented experts in the Heavenly Knife region. However, Zhaoli, who was ranked third in the Purple Cloud Palace, a core disciple among the core disciples, was actually a well-hidden traitor. Suddenly, they understood why the news of Mo Jidao's Yin Yang Divine Book had been leaked so quickly, and why couldn't they escape the pursuit of the experts of the Heavenly Knife region. It was because the traitor kept providing them with the specific location. Lu Chui was seriously injured, and her meridians were broken. She could not operate her vital energy, and the treasure talisman immediately dimmed without the support of her vital energy. The endless purple splendor in the sky quickly faded, and a large number of experts of the Heavenly Knife region, who were suppressed, quickly recovered the control of their vital energy. Don't worry about me, run. Lu Chui knew that the situation was hopeless. She was still retreating, and she shouted. The people of the Purple Cloud Palace gritted their teeth and fled before the experts of the Heavenly Knife region recovered. Let's find Senior Brother Gu. Only he can save Junior Sister Lu. But they knew that it would be too late when Senior Brother Gu came back. Even if Junior Sister Lu was not killed, she would have been played by Qian Feng, and her chastity would be gone. For Lu Chui, who was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, who valued her chastity far more than her life, she would kill herself before the enemy did it. Swoosh! A group of human figures streaked across the sky and disappeared. When the purple splendor in the sky dissipated, and the experts of the Heavenly Knife region regained their mobility, they had already escaped from the sensing range. Zhao Li touched his sharp chin and handed over the Book of Yang with a smile. Qian Feng operated the vital energy in his body and grabbed the Book of Yang. He praised, "Well done. Thank goodness I left you a way out. When we return to the Heavenly Knife region, I will definitely ask for the region master's credit." Zhao Li said, "It is my honor to serve the region master. Senior brother, please give me some men to hunt down those defeated soldiers. They know my real identity, and they must not be left alive." He looked up and saw a silver-masked, white-haired silhouette floating in the void. His right hand was holding Lu Qi. With a wave of his left hand, the terrifying ball flew back into his palm like a feather. Su Yu looked down at him and stared at the space ring on his fingertip, showing a hint of interest. Su Yu heard everything that was said between the two of them. Mo Jidao was a heaven-defying genius of the starry sky thousands of years ago. He was the first divine path strong man to condense the pure divine decree to the peak. In a sense, he was the forerunner of Su Yu and Gu Taishu. His path to the divine path had an unimaginable significance. Unfortunately, even when Qian Feng was at his most careless, he still managed to dodge Su Yu's attack. The commotion here was not small. The other strong men of the Heavenly Knife region would be rushing over soon. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, not to mention that there were more than 80 people on the other side, and they all had treasures that allowed them to travel through the void. Su Yu grabbed Lu Qi's palm and infused it with vital energy. The wisp of vital energy entered the talisman through her jade-like hand. The dim talisman once again burst into a brilliant purple splendor, enveloping the sky. "Stop!" Qian Feng was shocked. However, under the purple light, no one could avoid it except for the one who activated it. His vital energy was frozen. Qian Feng could not use his magical powers, and he could not even open his space ring. He was naked and unarmed. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. He flew down, and 5 demonic dragons whizzed out of his body, roaring as they swooped down to attack Qian Feng. The vital energy seal is no match for a clown. Qian Feng bellowed. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, squatted down, and was as steady as a rock. When the demonic dragons arrived, his fists punched out like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. With the dull sound of thunder, the 2 attacking demonic dragons were punched through by his fists, turning into phantoms and flying away. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Not only was this person's cultivation top-notch, but his body was also extraordinarily strong. He was only slightly weaker than Yu Liang of the Heaven's Craftsman faction. However, that was not Su Yu's goal. As the demonic dragons collapsed, a remnant shadow glided out of Su Yu's sleeve, cutting a pitch-black crack in the void, and silently sliced through Qian Feng's right palm. Qian Feng's right palm fell immediately, and the cut on his arm was as smooth as a mirror. When Qian Feng noticed it, an invisible thread wrapped around his arm and flew in Su Yu's direction. "My space ring." Qian Feng immediately realized Su Yu's true intentions. His face changed, and he exerted strength in his legs. His whole body was like a spring, leaping thousands of feet into the air. He quickly caught up with the palm and grabbed it with his left hand. However, at that moment, a rapidly oppressive black shadow attacked. It was the horrifying ball. Qian Feng's face fell, and he had to withdraw his hand. He stepped on the void and changed his direction, brushing past the ball. Having lost the ability to leap, his body fell in a state of free fall, and the distance between him and Su Yu was getting farther and farther. Swoosh! The right palm flew back into Su Yu's palm. Su Yu smiled. "Thank you for your help." Grabbing Qian Feng's palm with his left hand and the unconscious Lu Qi with his right, Su Yu flew away with the wind. "Ah, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Qian Feng stood on the ground, watching Su Yu escape, and roared madly. The beauty he was about to taste was snatched away, and even Mo Jidao's Book of Yang, which he had painstakingly obtained, was snatched away. Qian Feng, who had never tasted defeat in his life, felt utterly humiliated. What made it worse was that if Bai Lingtian found out that he had lost the Book of Yang because of his lust for a woman, he would be severely punished. When Su Yu was far away, the purple light dissipated. The affected strong men of the Heavenly Knife region rushed over. Seeing Qian Feng's naked body with a severed arm, they looked at each other in dismay. Could that woman have suddenly launched an attack, causing Qian Feng to go for wool and come home shorn? Go after him immediately. Qian Feng's face was flushed red, and he bellowed in anger. The vital energy in his body rolled out in all directions like an avalanche. Swish! His figure was like lightning chasing after Su Yu. As for Su Yu, he held Lu Qi with one hand, and the other was bursting with flames, burning Qian Feng's right palm into ashes. Not a single drop of blood was left, ensuring that he would not be pursued by the scent. Among the ashes, there was a space ring. It belonged to Qian Feng. Mo Jidao's Book of Yang was in it. Chapter 1002. Apart from being easy to hide in, the deep forest also had another use. There were more than just challengers from the Heavenly Knife region and the Purple Cloud Palace in the core of the forest. If they entered the forest, they could confuse their pursuers. Half a day later, he returned to the depths of the forest. The other party had used the ability to cross the void several times to chase after him, but Su Yu had sensed the space fluctuations in advance and avoided them. Although it was frightening, it was not dangerous. Along the way, as Su Yu had expected, he discovered many unfamiliar challengers. They didn't belong to either the Blessed and Heavenly Lands or the Heavenly Knife region. Their presence had indeed diverted the attention of the Heavenly Knife region's powerful fighters, and the number of pursuers gradually decreased. After about 4 hours, there was still no sign of the enemy. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he landed on a cliff wall. There was a nest dug by a flying demonic beast halfway up the cliff wall. Moreover, it was covered by the clouds, making it very well hidden. In the cave, Su Yu put Lu Qi down and placed his index and middle fingers on her wrist. He then transferred a shred of vital energy into her body and circulated it throughout her body. After the inspection, Su Yu furrowed his brows. Her injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. She was bathed in blood, and her genuine qi and physical strength were exhausted. But these were only superficial wounds. The most serious was the palm strike from the traitor of the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhao Li. It was both ruthless and accurate. Several of her meridians were broken, and her internal organs were severely injured. Coupled with the lack of genuine qi in her body, she had lost the ability to heal herself and needed external treatment. With Su Yu's level 9 fairy realm vital energy, he was barely able to reconnect her broken internal energy channels and heal her internal injuries. However, even if she was healed, Lu Qi wouldn't be able to fight intensely for a short period of time. She needs someone to look after her. Looking at Qin Ya's unconscious face, the scenes that had played out with her in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion flowed through his mind. At first, he looked up at her in shock, but then he hugged her in the snowy night when she was in trouble. Finally, they had intercourse in the sea of fire. The memory stopped at the end, and some guilt filled his heart. Su Yu could not let go of the fact that he had stolen the chastity of a woman who already had a lover. "I've saved you once, so we're even," Su Yu mumbled to himself. Given the perils of the glittering jewel wonderland, it was an extremely dangerous thing to do to treat someone's injuries with all his vital energy. Moreover, they were being pursued by the Heavenly Knife region. Now that he had helped her, he had repaid what he owed her. Su Yu supported her with his vital energy and sat down cross-legged in front of him, a pair of palms gently pressed against her back. Soft touch, like holding cotton, warm and comfortable. Su Yu's eyes were clear. Within his enormous dantian, vital energy was surging and pouring into Lu Qi's body. Powerful vital energy surged into Lu Qi's meridians. A sharp pain was transmitted to the depths of Lu Qi's brain, waking her up from her coma. Lu Qi's clear eyes slowly opened. After a moment of confusion, she slammed her hands on the ground, as if she was about to shoot up. She shouted softly, "Who is it?" In his memories, he was heavily injured by Zhao Li. Naturally, he realized that he might have fallen into Qian Feng's hands. However, before he could jump up, a big hand pressed down on his shoulder. Su Yu's voice came from behind him. "Try to guide me to inject vital energy into your body to repair your internal energy channels." Lu Qi was startled and gradually stopped. "Lu Qi," exclaimed Su Yuxian. After asking, he turned around and saw that it was indeed Su Yuxian. "It's my honor that you remember my voice." Su Yu was slightly surprised that Lu Qi would remember his voice. There wasn't much interaction between Su Yuxian and Lu Qi. Lu Qi turned around and stared at Su Yu. Through the silver mask, she stared at his eyes. A hint of darkness flashed in the depths of her pupils. "Master Su is extremely talented. Of course I recognize you." Actually, it was all because Su Yuxian was extremely similar to the silhouette of the silver-haired youth that remained in her mind. Unknowingly, she had paid more attention to Su Yuxian and remembered his voice. "Miss Lu, you flatter me." Su Yu retracted his palm from her shoulder, once again injecting vital energy into his hands. Lu Qi turned around, lowering her head in silence. She did not know why, but she trusted Su Yuxian, just like she trusted the silver-haired youth, Inu. "Thank you, Master Su," Lu Qi said in a low voice. Lu Qi said in a low voice. She closed her eyes slowly and guided his vital qi to repair his meridians and injuries. After the vital energy had completed a great cycle, the broken internal energy channels were completely repaired. All that was left were her damaged internal organs, which still needed a great cycle. The so-called great cycle referred to the circulation of vital energy through all the internal energy channels in the body. A great cycle referred to the 9 main internal energy channels and 81 small internal energy channels, all of which were circulated once. "Master Su, I will heal myself from now on. Since my internal energy channels have recovered, I can absorb vital energy on my own," Lu Qi said. The body of a divine master was far superior to that of a fairy. The amount of vital energy needed to complete a great cycle was far greater than that of a fairy's internal energy channels. For a late-stage 8th grade divine master like Lu Qi, the amount of vital energy needed to complete a great cycle was even greater. The fact that Su Yu, with his 9th grade fairy cultivation, had completed a great cycle in her body had already surprised her. It seemed that Su Yuxian's fairy foundation was extremely solid, far superior to that of an ordinary 9th grade fairy. The next treatment required the 49 small internal energy channels near her internal organs to circulate more than 10 small cycles. The amount of vital energy required was no less than a great cycle. With Su Yu's cultivation, it was obvious that he could not continue. Su Yu closed his eyes, not even lifting his head as he said, "Focus on guiding me. You don't have to worry about the vital energy." Lu Qi was surprised. She looked back and was surprised to see that Su Yu's face was still the same, even though he had injected so much vital energy. Feeling anxious, Lu Qi continued to guide the vital energy to heal her internal injuries. Every time she completed a great cycle, she would look back at Su Yu's appearance. Every time, she became more and more surprised. It's already been 3 small cycles. Is there any more vital energy left? Lu Qi was shocked. Usually, during the fairy period, the more vigorous the vital energy in the dantian was, the easier it was to condense the fetal crystal. Moreover, the fetal crystal would become more solid, and the explosive power would be far greater than that of the same level. When Brother Taishu was a 9th grade fairy, the amount of vital energy in his dantian was equivalent to 1 great cycle and 5 small cycles for me. He has already achieved 1 great cycle and 3 small cycles. He is not far behind Brother Taishu. Lu Qi was secretly surprised. She had thought that Su Yuxian was only proficient in Mu words. She did not expect the fairy's foundation to be so terrifyingly deep. But soon, her surprise turned into astonishment. Before long, Su Yu had completed the 5th small cycle. Moreover, there was not much change in his expression. How did he train his dantian? Lu Chui was shocked. The training of the dantian required great perseverance. It required suppressing one's cultivation and forcibly tempering the dantian with vital energy, forcing the dantian to become more solid and able to contain more vital energy. Gu Taishu's reserve of vital energy might not be the greatest on a continent, but it was more than enough to rank among the top 10. The fact that Su Yu had surpassed him with such ease had completely overturned Lu Chui's perception. Su Yu, on the other hand, looked calm as he continued to operate the vital energy in his body. The 6th cycle, the 7th cycle, the 8th cycle. The shock in Lu Chui's heart could no longer be described with words. Su Yu had undergone a subversive change in her heart. He was not a nameless challenger. He was obviously a top-notch heaven ruler who had been overlooked. Although it was impossible for him to catch up with a top-notch heaven ruler like Gu Taishu, it was not a problem for him to look down on most of his peers. The 9th cycle, the 10th cycle, everything was as Su Yu had expected. He had just used up all the vital energy in his body, and his face turned pale for the first time. Lu Chui's beautiful eyes shone brightly, as if she was getting to know Su Yu all over again. She looked him up and down. Master Su, the strength of your dantian is unprecedented. Not to mention her. Even the true man of the purple cloud had never seen such a powerful and mutated dantian. After all, rebuilding the dantian was easier said than done. But which martial artist would be willing to destroy their own dantian and start all over again? Unless they were in a desperate situation like Su Yu's, where his dantian was shattered, no one would try it. Su Yu breathed out a mouthful of murky air and weaved signs with his hands. Without opening his eyes, he said, "Miss Lu, hurry up and recover your vital energy. Time and tide wait for no man." The pursuers could be here at any time. Sensing Su Yu's indifference, Lu Chui stared into his eyes. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she nodded silently. "Thank you." She did not ask why Su Yu had helped her out of nowhere. They had never met before. What was Su Yu's motive for doing so, even though he was facing the danger of running out of vital energy and was being chased by soldiers? Perhaps she already had the answer in her heart. An hour had passed, and they were both racing against time to recover their vital energy. With the help of various elixirs and medicines, Su Yu had recovered 30% of his energy, and so had Lu Qi. It was barely enough to escape, but it was dangerous to face the enemy, especially when there were too many of them. Just as they were about to continue, Su Yu's ears twitched and his eyes widened. 5 demonic dragons pierced out of his chest and flew into the cave on the cliff. A horrible shriek was heard from outside the cave, and the sound of something tearing through the air disappeared rapidly. Su Yu rushed out of the cave in a flash, as fast as lightning. A blurry figure disappeared into the horizon. He had lost his target, even if he wanted to chase after it. Looking at the sky again, black ashes were falling, and he could vaguely make out the clothes of the heavenly knife region. One had been killed, and the other had escaped. "We have to leave quickly." Su Yu frowned slightly. The other party had the magical power to move through the void. As long as they locked onto their general location, it was only a matter of time before they caught up to them. Lu Qi pursed her red lips and looked at Su Yu. She folded her sleeves and bowed to him. Solemnly, she said, "Master Su, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. However, the target of the heavenly knife region is me, and it has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly. I will stay here alone to buy you some time." Su Yu sighed silently. How could he leave Lu Qi alone? Since he had not helped her resolve her difficulties, how could he let her go? Moreover, With her wounded body, she couldn't buy time at all. In a few rounds, she would be subdued by a 9th-grade almighty like Xiao Li, not to mention Qianfeng, whose abilities were unknown. How can you see your brother Taishu if you die? Come with me. We might have a way to deal with them, Suyu said, his eyes gleaming. He had already made up his mind. Lu Chui was stunned. She looked up at Suyu, her heart trembling. After a moment of hesitation, she looked into Suyu's eyes and said, Master Su, may I ask if you know a man named Inu? Suyu was touched. She still remembered him. For a moment, Suyu wanted to admit it, but he shook his head and said softly, I don't know him. When he finished speaking, he stepped out with his hands clasped behind his back and strode deeper into the forest. Half a cup of tea's time after they left, 5 cracks appeared in the air above the cliff. Qianfeng, Zhao Li, and the other strong men of the Heavenly Knife region stepped out of them. Zhao Li stared at the cave and said, I will go in and search. Qianfeng glanced at the cave and looked deeper into the forest. He said coldly, There is no need to look at the cave. Unless Su Yu and the others were careless, they would not dare to stay in the cave. But judging from the situation along the way, Su Yu was more quick-witted and had headed straight for the core area of the forest. How could he continue to stay in the cave? Target the core area of the book yard. Qian Feng's severed right hand had recovered. He clenched it into a fist, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lure me into the depths of the forest. Fine, I'll play with you this once. Swish! The dark mass of challengers was like a dark cloud approaching the center of the bookyard. Such a huge force could not be stopped by a single soldier. Although Su Yu had many tricks up his sleeve, he could not deal with so many strong men. Once they caught up to him, they would definitely die, unless they fled for their lives. Facing danger, Su Yu and Lu Qi flew to the center of the bookyard. Although it was the center of the bookyard, there was no one there at the moment. On one hand, the battle between the Heavenly Knife region and the Purple Cloud Palace had scared away the strong men nearby, causing them to scatter to other areas. On the other hand, the news that the strong men of the Heavenly Knife region were approaching the area had spread like wildfire, and the challengers had fled. Why did we return to the center area? Lu Qi was puzzled. At this moment, unless they found Gu Taishu or the people of the Red Blood Palace, they might stand a chance if they joined forces. There was no chance of victory with just the 2 of them. So Yu looked around and narrowed his eyes. This place is our hope of escaping. He stroked the ring on his fingertip, and 9 spheres of the same size floated on the surface of Su Yu's body. 8 of them were silvery white, and 1 was half blue and half yellow. Looking at the 8 silvery white spheres, Lu Qi took out a section of golden bamboo from her sleeve. At the moment, the bamboo was trembling lightly in her palm, emitting a continuous low hum. Resonance. Lu Qi was shocked. Her heavenly orchid silver bamboo was resonating with the 9 spheres. All of a sudden, a thought flashed across Lu Qi's mind. A fully matured heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Her eyes were fixed on the 9 spheres, and her pretty face was filled with excitement and surprise. She almost cried out in surprise. No one knew better than her how precious the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, was. It was the greatest divine bamboo in the Jiuzhou continent. The all creation's old monsters had to water it day and night for hundreds of years before it matured. In this world, it was almost extinct. Even if it survived, it was just a young one like the one in her hand. Seeing the matured heavenly orchid silver bamboo with her own eyes was like a dream to her. How could she have known that the source of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was the 2 seeds of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo that she had gifted them all those years ago? That was why her heavenly orchid silver bamboo was resonating with the 8 silvery white spheres before her. It was because they came from the same source. Su Yu's heart stirred, and he looked at the familiar heavenly orchid silver bamboo in Lu Qi's hand. In the past, he had been so envious of the astonishing power of the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. But now, with the passage of time, even Suyu found it difficult to take notice of the silver bamboo. Turning a blind eye to her expression, Suyu weaved signs with both hands and pointed at the 9 spheres from afar. The 8 spheres immediately emitted space ripples, hiding the 9th sphere in the void. Unless an all-creation's old monster, who was proficient in the power of space, came personally, it would be impossible to detect their presence. After doing this, Suyu's eyes flashed. He glanced at the tree of life around him and said, "Miss Lu, are you interested in helping me chop some trees?" Chop trees? Lu Chi was obviously taken aback. The strong men of the heavenly knife region were approaching. Was there still time to chop trees? Chapter 1003. With suspicion, Lu Chi wielded the heavenly orchid silver bamboo and slashed at the nearest pitch-black tree. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was indestructible. A smooth cut could be seen at the root of a huge, pitch-black tree that was 1,000 feet tall. The book of life condensed at the top of the tree lost its foundation and began to spontaneously combust, just like when it fell to the ground. It turned into ashes that drifted into the void. Immediately afterward, the entire tree also turned into nothingness, leaving behind a huge crater, telling the story of the tree of life that once stood here. Is one enough? Lu Chi looked at Suyu and asked. Suyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. How is one enough? 5 demonic dragons roared out of Suyu's chest and flew around. Whether it was the demonic dragon's body, head or long tail, as long as it touched the tree of life, it would be reduced to nothingness along with the book of life. In the blink of an eye, a demonic dragon swept through 7 or 8 trees of life. The 5 demonic dragons flew out together. In a short time, 40 to 50 300-meter-tall trees of life were razed to the ground, leaving pockmarked pits of various sizes. Lu Chi clicked her tongue. What are you doing? Even if we can't use these books of life, isn't it too much to destroy them? To Lu Chi, who was an 8th grade almighty, the lifetime experience of the previous challengers didn't mean much to her. But to the other challengers, it was a precious treasure that was comparable to creation. Destroying it, just like that, was tantamount to cutting off the other trial takers' chances. Suyu only smiled and did not speak. He continued to use the 9 dragons' devil subduing art, destroying the tree of life one after another. Lu Chi stared at Suyu for a moment. She had no choice but to believe him. Not only did she use the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, but she also used all of her golden leaves. Walala! Dense cracking sounds rang out as the trees of life disappeared one after another under the two's wanton assault. If there were other trial takers here, they would definitely gnash their teeth at their actions. Suddenly, a faintly discernible fluctuation appeared. It was a very faint fluctuation that was hard to detect. It was as if something was silently approaching. Trial takers, have you had enough? A hollow voice suddenly came from the void. Lu Chi was shocked and looked around. Who is it? Come out. Suyu acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Without turning his head, he said coldly, If you know what's good for you, stay out of the business of the Heavenly Knife region. Heavenly Knife region? Lu Chi was startled, and a trace of understanding flashed across her beautiful eyes. Since the Heavenly Knife region has no use for the Book of Life here, of course, we have to destroy it. Otherwise, it would be a waste for the other challengers. Lu Chi said coldly. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo and the golden leaves danced rapidly in her palm, destroying one tree of life after another. The hollow voice was mixed with a trace of deep anger. Are all of you challengers so selfish and self-centered? Even if I can't use it, I'll destroy it and prevent other trial takers from obtaining it. Suyu stopped and looked around with narrowed eyes. I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you don't want to get yourself killed, don't meddle in the affairs of the Heavenly Knife region. The two of us are only the vanguard. The main force is still behind us. If you don't want to die, scram immediately." Hearing this, the surrounding air suddenly froze, and a murderous aura slowly descended with killing intent. Swoosh! A whirlwind suddenly appeared in the vast, empty area that had been razed to the ground. Within the whirlwind, a huge, 3-foot-long book of black, white, and blue colors floated in the void. The newcomer wasn't a human, but a strange book. "Book? What are you?" Suyu frowned, looking a little surprised. A furious voice came from the 3-colored book. "I am the guardian of this place. In the words of you challengers, I am the yard master of the bookyard." "What? The yard master of the bookyard?" Suyu and Lu Chi's faces were filled with horror. Traces of panic filled their faces. "Impossible. It is said that the yard master of the bookyard never shows himself. No matter how the book of life is taken, the yard master won't be drawn here." Lu Chi was extremely surprised. The 3-colored book's tone was contemptuous. "Of course, I don't need to show myself when I take the book of life. But you have destroyed the tree of life wantonly and affected the trials of the other challengers. How can I not show myself?" Lu Chi still didn't believe it. "Then why has no one seen you before?" The 3-colored book was surrounded by wisps of murderous intent. "Because I only show myself when someone destroys the bookyard maliciously. As for those who destroy the bookyard, I leave them in the bookyard and turn them into a tree of life. Why do you think no one has ever seen me before?" Because those who had seen it were all dead. Suyu and Lu Chi felt their blood run cold. It had summoned the bookyard. The sense of danger it exuded far exceeded that of the garden master. The garden master was a plant creature after all, and didn't have a strong, murderous intent. But the book-yard master had read the life experiences of countless challengers and had long seen through the affairs of the world. It was aloof and emotionless. Killing, to it, was just a trivial matter, especially when the person it killed was a daring and malicious perpetrator like Suyu, who had destroyed the bookyard. "Do you think that since the beginning of time, your so-called heavenly knife region is the only influence that wants to destroy the bookyard and prevent others from progressing? Haven't you ever wondered why the bookyard hasn't been destroyed since the beginning of time?" The yard master's tone was full of disdain. Indeed, in the Jojo continent, there was a divine realm that could be called a land of creation, or it would be occupied by powerful influences and used only by their own disciples, or it would be burned to the ground. Only then would the great influences feel at ease. However, the bookyard had been safe and sound since the beginning of time. It was obvious that there was something fishy about it. The fishy thing was that the yard master, the guardian of the bookyard, had been preventing the yard master from being destroyed since the beginning of time. Every time it appeared, it would be the day of a massacre. Lu Chi stepped back slowly, her eyes filled with terror. "Senior brother, we seem to have gotten into trouble. Su, you also looked fearful. Ask the faction for help immediately. No matter how powerful the yardmaster is, she's alone." The two of them immediately turned around and fled. The yardmaster said indifferently, "I haven't killed anyone for dozens of years. The challengers have forgotten my existence." A thick, murderous intent shot up into the sky. Looking coldly in the direction where Suyu had fled, the yard master snorted coldly. A crack in the space appeared around it, and it spun and disappeared into it. Suyu and Lu Chi had only escaped a few hundred miles when a crack appeared in front of them. "Oh no! Space teleportation!" Lu Chi exclaimed. She grabbed Suyu and flew backward. Buzz! A gust of all creation's mighty force penetrated the void and killed the two of them. "Fight! Hold on until the faction's reinforcements arrive. Then we'll be saved." Suyu bellowed anxiously. He flung out 5 writing brushes, each of which was of a different color. The writing brushes floated in the air and shot out 5 beams of light of different colors. They shrouded a part of the sky and engulfed the cracked void. Enveloped by the 5-colored light beams, the void vibrated. A 3-colored book was sealed by a gust of 5-colored light and was pushed out of the crack in the void. The yard master's indifferent voice revealed a hint of surprise. What a powerful sealing formation! Even a stage 1, all creation strong man could seal it for a while. It stared at Suyu coldly, its murderous intent increasing instead of diminishing. You came prepared, challengers of the heavenly knife region. In fact, it didn't know that this was the compressed version of the 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation. Moreover, under Suyu's control, it only exerted less than 1/10 of the power of the compressed version. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been difficult to seal it in the formation forever, let alone for a while. This was one of Suyu's hidden trump cards. As Suyu fled, he turned back and sneered. Humph, I want your life. Wait for the arrival of the strong men of the heavenly knife region. I want you to die a horrible death. The yard master was completely infuriated. Suppressed by the 5-colored light beams, she bellowed angrily. Suyu sneered and fled into the distant sky hand in hand with Lu Qi. It was only when Suyu reached a mountain range that he stopped. Lu Qi's pretty eyes looked over, excitement and agitation lingering on her fair face. So, this is the reason for cutting down the trees. Lu Qi looked at each other and smiled, wantonly destroying the forest to attract the yardmaster and then frame the heavenly knife region. But there's one thing I don't understand. How can you be sure that the book yard master will show up because of the destruction of the forest? If she doesn't show up, won't you be wasting precious escape time? Lu Qi's pretty eyes shone. Suyu smiled confidently. Didn't the book yard master already answer that? There's only one explanation for a divine realm like the book garden not being forcefully occupied or destroyed by someone. Something is guarding the book garden. And for it to be able to protect the book garden from all the genius trial takers of the past, the guardian's cultivation should be at the all creations level. It's very easy to guess its identity, the book garden master. So, when I show up as the destroyer, the yard master will show up. Lu Qi's eyes shone brilliantly. Master, you have great foresight. Qi admires you. Suyu laughed. Miss Lu's reaction isn't slow either. Without Lu Qi's cooperation, deceiving the yardmaster into believing that they were from the heavenly knife region wouldn't have been easy. Lu Qi's pretty face flushed. This was the first time she had deceived someone like this. Master, have we succeeded just like that? Lu Qi asked. The yardmaster was enraged and believed that they were challengers of the heavenly knife region. What would happen next was something to be anticipated. Suyu shook his head, slightly. It's still not enough. The heavenly knife region isn't a fool. They won't fall for our tricks easily. Half a cup of tea later, 5 space cracks appeared in the center of the bookyard. Qianfeng and the others stepped out of the cracks. There were more than 80 of them, and they were mighty and imposing. The aura they exuded was extraordinary. Su Yuxian, Qianfeng's eyes narrowed as he glanced around. Suddenly, his gaze froze and fixed on the multicolored brilliance in front of him. A 3-colored book was shrouded by the multicolored brilliance and suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. Qianfeng was startled at first, and then his expression changed. He was secretly shocked. The 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation. The unique skill of the 5 golden light guards of the Central Prefecture's king. Impossible. Have they entered the glittering jewel wonderland too? Zhao Li also looked surprised and bewildered. His gaze passed through the multicolored brilliance and fell on the 3-colored book. A sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Senior Brother Qian, what is that book? It can't be a simple thing, can it? It can't be sealed and suppressed by the 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation, right? Qianfeng looked at the book for a moment, and his pupils suddenly froze. Black, white, and blue, the 3-colored divine book. It's the yard master of the bookyard. One of the fiercest yard masters. A shiver of fear rippled from the depths of his heart. What? It's the yard master of the book yard! Zhao Li gasped. To them, the yard master was a dominator that they had to look up to. The gap between all creations and Almighty was such a despairing one after another. Upon hearing that, the strong men of the Heavenly Knife region turned pale. They couldn't help but look timid, not daring to advance any further. Qian Feng's eyes flickered again and again. If they retreated now, they could indeed stay away from the unknown danger. However, Mo Jidao's Book of Yang had been lost, and he couldn't report to Bai Lingtian. His fate would be just as terrible. Staring at the sealed yard master, Qian Feng bellowed in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, everyone. The book yard master has been sealed. If we pass through quickly, there shouldn't be any problem." With his reassurance, the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region calmed down a little. They walked in the direction of the seal, trembling with fear and trepidation. They were prepared to bypass it and continue their pursuit of Su Yu and the others. However, in the eyes of the yard master, they were approaching it step by step with ulterior motives. "Are you challengers of the Heavenly Knife region?" The book yard master stared at them and spoke for the first time. Qian Feng was instantly on guard. The rest of the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region also turned pale with fright. They were terrified and uneasy. They had been noticed by the yard master. Qian Feng suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said calmly, "Yes, may I ask what advice you have for us, Lord Yard Master?" The yard master sneered. "You are extremely audacious. How would I dare to give you advice?" Qian Feng frowned discreetly. The tone of the book yard master didn't seem right. A thought flashed across Su Yu's mind. Qian Feng cupped his fists and said, "May I ask, yard master, have you fallen into the trap of some villain who is trying to incite us?" Upon hearing that, the yard master was taken aback. She asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Qian Feng pondered for a moment and said, "To be honest, we seized Mo Jidao's Book of Yang, but the Book of Yang was stolen by 2 people along the way. We chased them all the way, but they fled straight to the center of the book yard. I suspect that he must be plotting something by luring us deep into the Heavenly Knife region." The yard master looked doubtful. "Is that so? Just now, they claimed to be disciples of the Heavenly Knife region and wantonly destroyed the Tree of Life. Could it be that they wanted to infuriate me and then vent their anger on you?" Upon hearing that, the people of the Heavenly Knife region broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder the yard master treated them with such an attitude. It turned out that they had almost found Su Yu's way. Just the thought of being hunted by the yard master of an all-creations old monster made everyone's hair stand on end, including Qian Feng. Fortunately, Qian Feng had foresight. He had foreseen things in advance and resolved the misunderstanding. At the same time, their hatred for Su Yu had reached a whole new level. What a vicious scheme! We were almost all killed by him. The challengers of the Heavenly Knife region were filled with righteous indignation. Su Yu's treacherous scheme had incurred the wrath of both men and gods. "Yard Master, this man is cunning and cunning. You can't trust him." Qian Feng clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. His heart was full of remorse. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed the Book of Yang to be stolen for the sake of women. The yard master listened to the actions of the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region and said, "Slowly, I understand." Right at that moment, the 5 writing brushes dissipated and the yard master was freed. Looking around at the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region, the yard master said, "It seems like we have a common target." Qian Feng, secretly, heaved a sigh of relief. It was said that the book yard master would kill anyone who saw it, but there were also rumors that it would never kill the innocent. "We are willing to assist the yard master in searching for this thief," Qian Feng said. The yard master nodded. "All right, I'll make an exception and cooperate with the challengers to capture this evil thief." The two parties had reached an agreement, and things were developing in the opposite direction of Suyu. All of you come forward with my scent. If you find this thief, just activate your scent, and I'll sense it immediately. I'll kill this thief, the book yard master said. Upon hearing that, the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region turned pale. In that case, their whereabouts would be known by the yard master. If it wanted to harm them, it would be a piece of cake. But on second thought, if the yard master really wanted to harm them, it could do it now. Why go through so much trouble? With unease, the challengers of the Heavenly Knife region reluctantly accepted it. Qianfeng braced himself and stepped forward, saying, "I'll go first." When he came before the yard master, Qianfeng looked relaxed on the surface, but he was on his guard. The yard master emitted bursts of tricolored light and landed slowly on top of Qianfeng's head. The yard master nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry. As long as you cooperate sincerely, I'll reward you." However, before its voice trailed off,